All right, good evening. We're going to call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atascadero City Council to order. I know Council, there he is. I know he's here. Okay, we are going to begin this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance, led this evening by Mayor Pro Tem Mark Darras. Of the United All right, thank you. We'll proceed to roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom.
Here.
Councilmember Peak.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Darras.
Here.
Mayor Bourbeau.
Here.
All present.
All right, thank you. Well, if you're attending here in person, we have several people in the audience this evening, or you're listening on one of our many options. Thank you for joining us, and we appreciate you taking part in our city council meeting. We'll begin this evening with our consent calendar, and the consent calendar consists of items that are considered routine and non-controversial by city staff and will be acted on by a single motion unless a member of the city council wishes to pull an item for separate consideration. And so I will ask my colleagues, are there any members of the council who have questions or would like to pull an item?
I'd like to make a brief comment on D3.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just on D3, that's our annual housing element progress report. And I just want to call this out because it is incredible that our city is now ahead of state requirements in producing housing and in doing permits for housing for low and moderate income persons. And that reflects a huge team effort to make that easier for folks to produce and to bring it online for our community so that people with modest incomes, young people building families, seniors can have a chance to live here. So great work, team. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to open it up to the public. Any member of the public wishing to comment on the consent calendar, please approach. Okay, seeing none, we'll return it back to council for a motion.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Funk, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Darras. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Peak.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Darras.
Yes.
Mayor Bourbeau.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will proceed now to updates from the city manager, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm going to start with something very, very important. It is Government Finance Professionals Week, and we're celebrating our finance team, Ms. Rangel and her team. Thank you for everything. As you know, she and her team chart an excellent financial course for us. We just received the budgeting award and the audit award, and so we're very proud of our team. These professionals ensure transparency, manage budgets, maintain compliance, and provide critical fiscal insight that supports your council decisions and long-term fiscal stability. The efforts keep the city fiscally strong and sustain high-quality public services, and they're just fun people to be around. So thank you, Ms. Rangel and your team, for working so hard for our city, and we salute you this week. Thank you. Appreciate them. All right, on to fun, Monster Skate contest. So Saturday at A-Town Park, this is something that we've been putting on for years. It's a huge competition. This is hosted throughout the county with one skate competition per month from Atascadero to Templeton. Ours is March 28th, Los Osos and Napomo, with the last one in San Luis Obispo. Always a neat competition, a great time. For more information, you can contact the Community Center at 470-3360. Photos with the Easter Bunny. Love that the Easter Bunny is coming to our police department. So the bunny's pretty fond of our APD and will be hopping over from 12 to 2 on March 29th. So join us for a little fun at the police department and get photos with the Easter Bunny with your little ones. 2026 Party for the Planet. This is our 15th annual Earth Day celebration, the Party for the Planet, on April 18th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I think we have a slide for that. And this is a fun day for children of all ages with interactive adventures, hands-on activities, exhibits by sustainability conscious businesses, as well as providing educational demonstrations on water conservation, pollinator gardening, and more. So general zoo admission is required, but this is a great day to celebrate Earth and how to take care of Earth on April 18th. Next, we want to promote the waste drop-off, shredding, and compost giveaway. So this is always a very big week. And this is from April 18th through 25th. So all Atascadero residents who are payers of trash are invited to a free waste drop-off, paper shredding, and 1 free yard of compost for this week only. So this is really great, April 18th to 25th. You can go to 3360 La Cruz Way off of Ramada Drive. This is over by the 10 City area. Bring your picture ID and a copy of your bill to participate. But a great way to get rid of some stuff and shred your bills in a cost-effective way. So mark your calendar for that. Next, we have our citywide yard sale. So it's the 8th annual yard sale, April 18th and 19th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So this is a great way to find a unique gift. We'll have over 100 yard sales throughout the community. We're promoting this. And so you can sign up online to sell your items and be listed on the map. Deadline to register is April 16th. So that's our 8th annual citywide yard sale. And most hope to sell more than buy, right? But this is a good opportunity for that. And finally, the Central Coast Cider Festival is coming up. We had the beer festival last weekend. It was terrific. This is April 25th from 4 to 8. I'm sorry, my script says 12 to 4 here, so I'm not sure which it is. 12 to 4. All right, April 25th for a day of cider tasting, live music, and more. Great selection of food and vendors as well. So 12 to 4 on April 25th. So if any questions, you can go to visit atascadero.com, and for city-related business, atascadero.org. Thank you, Mayor and members of council.
All right, thank you. Any member of the council have any questions for the city manager? Okay. Okay. Oh, you do? Okay. go ahead.
I just wanted to add on behalf of all of us, since Ms. Rangel was not here last week when we presented a major award for the quality of our budget to recognize Ms. Rangel, and who's our city treasurer as well as Minister of Services. And all of us are proud of you. I know I speak for the whole council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next on our agenda is community forum, and community forum is for people wishing to speak on items not on the agenda. Each speaker can have 3 minutes. The Brown Act prohibits us from going into a discussion of items that are not on the agenda, so we are not able to get into detail on something someone brings up. Although we may ask staff a quick question or ask staff to get back with a speaker. So with that, I'll open it up to the public, and any member wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda, please approach. And if you also would like to speak, please don't wait. Go ahead and get in line. Oh, go ahead.
Good evening, council and staff. Jeff Oslin, resident business owner in our beautiful city of Atascadero. I have a couple of things as usual. First would be about 4 years ago, it was promised by the previous city manager that we were going to clean up the redundancy and such and make permitting for businesses easier when there's a transfer and sell. I know we're trying to work on that, but our city's quite busy with everything, but I think we need to bring that back up again. Some of the redundancy is, in my opinion, a little ridiculous. And I will leave it at that, and anybody can comment to me at any point in time. I have spoken to our director, Mr. Dunsmore. He's been terrific through this so far. I will give him the kudos on that. He's had to get involved, and I do appreciate what he's done. Next, this is for everybody and probably Director DeBar. The downtown parking and signage. We're now about 6 months into a beautiful opening of the downtown. We still don't have a couple signs fixed. One would be, I believe, on West Mall, the one that says that you can actually make the turn on the red light at the left. The other one by the police station that says no U-turn, because I am absolutely getting sick with and tired of people just making a fast U-turn up there on El Camino in an area that's meant for a driveway to come across, not make a U-turn. And they make a quick turn, then they back up and they darn near hit people. So if we could get that addressed, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'm sure they've been noted by Public Works. Next speaker, please.
My name is Luther Johnson. I want to touch on short-term rentals. It has been brought to my attention here recently, and the idea of requiring someone to live in the residence before being able to rent it out as an Airbnb I feel is kind of an unreasonable request. That is interfering with the personal property rights, just way too much. To have the perspective of not in my neighborhood is just is improper. City codes of conduct can be utilized to keep order in the community without taking away people's rights to utilize their property that they purchase and pay taxes on. Another issue that has been brought up is zoning changes in the city. If any of the changes affect anyone's property in a possible negative manner, the city needs to notify with a letter and not just count on people to read about it in the paper, because not everybody gets the paper. And there again, you can be affecting people's personal property rights, and they need to have a say on how the city's possible actions could affect their property. Really, the bottom line with this is that the city governance works for the people, not the other way around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Would anybody else like to speak at community forum? Yes, please approach.
Good evening, council. My name is Reese Jansen. I live on the other side of the middle school, and a few weeks ago, my wife and I went on a walk in the morning and happened to cross by the printery when it was having an open house, and we were blown away by the project. I've lived here my whole life, and I've heard about the goals of restoring it, and I thought it was just to make an old building look better, but actually they have an amazing plan for it to be a community center. This is no news to you guys, I can tell, but while speaking to the people who work there, they did say that they were trying to get more funding on the federal level, and mentioned they were hopeful that the city would assist with a recent application. I don't know all the details, but I'm not with them, I'm not affiliated with them, but I was so motivated and moved by what I saw that I told them I'd come to city council and just advocate for the city to help the printery with whatever they need. It would provide community classrooms, event space, the arts, all good things. Again, this isn't news that I'm breaking, but just wanted to let you know, and felt that it was important to stress that I'm just a regular person who really, really wants this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think we're all inspired by the work that the Printery Foundation is doing and the progress that they have made in the last several years. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak at community forum? Okay, thank you. And Mr. Dunsmore, if you could get with Mr. Johnson at some point and explain the rules for notification of property owners, because we do, that's certainly been an issue from time to time. We do want to make sure that affected property owners are notified when we're considering potential changes to their property, although in many cases, we're making their property more valuable. Or in fact, in most cases, because we certainly are reluctant to ever downzone something. So, okay. All right, let's proceed on to the next item, which is item G1. And item G1 will be presented by our HR manager, Rachel Hunter.
All right, good evening. So, all right, as a refresher, AB 2561 became effective last January, and the intent is to address the issues of vacancy in the public sector. So every agency is required to report on vacancies, as well as recruitment and retention, that sort of thing. So it also requires agencies to go over our hiring policies and make sure we don't have anything that is obstructing the public from applying or from employees to promote. So during this hearing, organizations are given the opportunity to speak. We do have 4 units here at the City of Atascadero. We have SEIU, which is our local bargaining unit for our miscellaneous employees, Atascadero Police Association, Atascadero Professional Firefighters Association, and then the unrepresented professional management and confidential unit. All of these units were given the opportunity to speak tonight, and nobody took me up on it, but they were given the opportunity. We all know vacancies can have a negative impact on the organization as a whole and the services we provide. They can lead to employee burnout, increased turnover, heavy workloads, and just inability to complete tasks. AB 2561 has a requirement that we report the absences or vacancies, and that we also do additional reporting if that vacancy rate is over 20%. We are extremely fortunate here at City of Atascadero to have a council that genuinely supports our employees and promotes retention and long-term employees and doing what's best for our citizens, but also keeping in mind that most of our employees are also citizens here. So as of December 31st, 2025, we had a vacancy rate of 3.4%, which is the equivalent of 5 vacancies out of our 147 positions. Since that moment, all 3 of the SEIU positions have been filled. So currently our only vacancies are in the Police Association. During the evaluation of hiring policies, no obstacles were found or updates needed. When a vacancy becomes available, I will meet with the hiring managers of that department and go over if we want to do an internal recruitment, external recruitment, how long we're going to recruit for, what the qualifications are, and we also ensure that the job description and salary is up to date and makes the most sense for the organization. There's a little promo shout out for our Easter Bunny coming to the PD this year. But retention is a top priority here at the city. We support fun in employee culture here, as you can see. And then we also celebrate wins. There's our awesome finance team right there, right front and center. That was last council meeting. So those are all current employees. But I also wanted to point out in 2025, we only had 3 retirements last year, but they averaged 26 and a half years of service. So between the 3 employees, it was over 70 years of service. And we also promoted 13 current employees. Some of those were part-time to full-time. So 5 of them were backfill for those retirement. So that's a really good feeling to be able to promote 13 from within. The culture here at Atascadero is what really makes us unique. We ask for and encourage buy-in from all of our staff. A fun statistic, 7 out of 8 of our police command staff, so that's sergeants and above, graduated from a local San Luis Obispo County high school. And 2/3 of our fire management, captains and above, also graduated from local Atascadero high schools. And the last 3 of our public works employees are Atascadero high school graduates as well. So they already have a lot of buy-in to our community. We encourage staff to balance their lives outside of work and come together to celebrate their accomplishments outside of the important work they do here as public service. We should all be proud of our contributions because all employees really give back to the culture we create here, as you can see from that slide. That's all I have for you.
Okay, well, thank you. Great report. I mean, the numbers, I think, tell the story of this organization being a great place to work. That very low turnover, I think, would be an envy of most cities, even right here in our county. And I want to thank all of you, yourself, the city manager, all of the department heads, and the supervisors, and all of the employees for really coming together and making this, a great place to work, where people, I think, look forward to coming to work every day and being with their coworkers. And these numbers say it all. So I'll see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Okay, let's just see if any member of the public would like to speak on this item, and then we'll come back for further comments.
I'm going to speak real quick, Jeff Oslin, on this. This is an awesome thing that we don't have a lot of turnover. It's because our city trust our staff, trust our council, our management, and therefore in passing, the painful tax revenue bill obviously helps a lot now with recruitment and turnover. We don't have it like we used to. And it's nice that fiscally we're responsible. I always say that, and we can prove that. Why other municipalities or jurisdictions are starting to have cuts and layoffs, we're not. So again, double congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, or anybody, any other member of the public wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to say, Rachel, you had mentioned that the 3 retirees last year, the average of 26 years of tenure. And I think currently we have a lot of employees that have at least 15, up in 20 and 25. I know we've got a lot of people. So that says a lot about the environment here and what the management does to keep everybody here and what makes Atascadero a great place to work and live. So thank you guys for being able to make that happen. So great job. Thank you.
Any other comments? Because this is not, okay, so we do not need a motion on this. This is a receive and file report. And so thank you, Rachel. We really appreciate the work that you're done on and did on this report. And this is a good news story. So thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item. And the next item is H2, no, G2, yeah. G2 is the Home Depot Master Plan of Development Amendment, mostly regarding Chick-fil-A, but other issues as well. And I believe I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Phil Dunsmore, our Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much. Normally, we wouldn't be at City Council with such a project, but this does involve a specific plan amendment for the entire Home Depot Center. And this specific plan amendment will essentially finish out the rest of the vacant parcels. Now, fortunately, we do have some great tenants that are being proposed with this as well. And it does also include a conditional use permit. Normally, the Planning Commission would take final action on that. They did review it at a recent hearing. They did recommend approval, but the council's purview on this is not only the specific plan amendment, but also the use permit. So we've carried the whole thing forward. We're also very fortunate tonight. We've got our planner here, Eric Gomez, is going to present you the details on this project, and he brought this to Planning Commission. I thought he would bring it to City Council as well. So introducing Eric.
Thank you, Phil. Alrighty, council members. The project that we have in front of us today is the Home Depot Center Amendment. Use 25 is 69, and it's located at 9040 El Camino Real. So just a really quick look at the project site. We're talking about the Home Depot Center, which includes the east and west sides of El Camino Real, where it terminates as it approaches Ferrocarril on the north side of town. It's about 27 acres of commercial development, originally permitted back in 1999, I believe. And so the center has gone through several modifications, several different iterations over the years, several amendments, resulting in the mix of uses that you have there today, largely anchored by that Spring Hill Suites, Home Depot and Staples, and also having a lot of other minor tenants in the retail uses that surround them. What we have in front of us today is essentially a proposal to complete the development of that center. There are 3 existing vacant pads, which over the years have been envisioned as different uses. And so this is the most recent iteration. And to do the project that they'd like to do, it requires essentially 3 separate entitlements. The first one being a zone text amendment. Part of this project involves a car wash on that far right yellow block there. It's pad 3, I believe, on the site plan in front of you. Car washes are not currently allowed in PD9, which is what this entire center is zoned. It's planned development number 9. And so that zone change would allow for car washes to be a conditional use in PD9. And that opens up the following step of this, which is a conditional use permit, which is being applied for concurrently. That conditional use permit includes that car wash. It includes a drive-through restaurant, currently planned to be a Chick-fil-A. And it includes a smaller retail shell. These are all part of would be incorporated into the master plan of development for that site. So kind of a 3-in-1 bundle deal, if you will. Then you have a lot line adjustment as your final action there. That lot line adjustment will just essentially move some lines around on the west side of the property to accommodate some of the new buildings being proposed. As with any project, or many of our projects here in Atascadero, there are some nuances. In this case, there are exceptions being requested with a conditional use permit. In particular, they're asking for some exceptions to our parking standards, driveway standards, and sign standards. So we'll go over those in just a second here. So in the next couple of slides, I'm going to be showing you some of the design of the architecture on the property. Here on this side, this is the west side of the development. So you can see kind of on that bottom left side of your screen, I put some stars on the buildings that we're looking at. So that's the west side of the property. You're going to have the Chick-fil-A there kind of at the intersection of where this development begins. And then just south of the Spring Hill Suites Hotel is where you're going to have the retail shell. You can see that kind of the boundaries of the site are being landscaped. And most of the site is pretty typical semi-contemporary architecture being used across all buildings. Chick-fil-A sticking a little closer to their branded design and less so cohesive with the overall design of the center. But we have conditioned for Chick-fil-A to bring in some of the stone bullhead style design components that we're seeing in other buildings at that center into their building to help it be a little bit more cohesive while still meeting their needs as a national brand. And here's the east side. This is the car wash. You see again, just contemporary architecture for these type of larger commercial developments, tile or tile style roofs, small towers, and then you can sort of see here the incorporation, the stone base and stone for the enclosures there. Again, landscaping all over the perimeter. So we'll talk really quickly about their signage. I've posted the signage that they're proposing on your screens right now. I really want to focus in though on that car wash signage because that's where that sign exception is being requested, specifically for that car wash use. Car wash buildings are, purpose designed, so they're designed around the tunnel. They're long, narrow buildings, and in this case, you have also the shade structures that are being proposed in front of it to cover the vacuum area for the car wash. And so with some of the obstructions from those shade structures and some of the obstructions from the existing landscaping, which is nice and pretty and mature on site, we want their signs to be visible from the public right of way. And the car wash is one of those uses that is just a little bit tucked away. And so they are requesting about a 30 square foot or 30 extra square feet on top of their normal 60 square feet max limitation for their signs. So on total, the signs for the car wash will be 90 square feet, but they're well proportioned with the building. And so we think this is something that can be approved with the project. All of the other buildings are standard wall signs. A new monument sign will be installed for Chick-fil-A. Again, similar to the building architecture, we're going to request that they bring some stone elements to just match the center a little better. And there'll be a new Chick-fil-A sign on that big monument by the highway. We'll talk a little bit about the parking reduction and driveway modification now. So first and foremost, the parking reduction is largely targeted towards their west side where the Spring Hill Hotel is right now. It's important to note first and foremost that there are existing easements for this commercial center requiring all parking across the center to be shared. That's essentially how it works out for most of our larger commercial centers is the parking is shared through easements or through lease agreements. But we always try to make sure we understand what the parking inventory is on a site and how much is required. In this case, with the two new uses that are being added, being the retail shell and the Chick-fil-A building, they are required to have 262 parking space on that east side of the center. They are proposing right now 236 parking spaces. We, have observed that site for a while now. The site is well parked. All the facilities are shared. They are requesting that parking reduction based on the different style of uses and their peak hours, and we believe that's an acceptable request that we're recommending approval of. The second exception they're requesting here, or third, I should say, besides their sign their parking reduction, is the driveway modification. So typically, in the perfect scenario, all our shared sites or shared developments would have a 145-foot spacing between driveways. That's largely to reduce the potential conflicts that might occur when, you have a very busy development that requires a lot of turning movements. And so you want to make sure that there are, adequate spacing between driveways to remove conflicts between vehicles when they're turning in and out, and also make sure that you're retaining that site clearance for any drivers, which turns out to also affect pedestrian safety. It keeps pedestrians safe when you don't have so many vehicles looking out for 10 million things as they maneuver a site. In this case, they're requesting a reduction to 109 feet. Again, we've reviewed this with our public works team. It's really triggered by the need to incorporate a new parking design on the site, so a new parking configuration, and make use of those longer queues for the restaurant that are being shown on the site plan here. Again, we're not concerned. There's not any significant operational issues that come up because of the reduced distance in the driveway modification. So we are recommending approval of the driveway modification as well. Really quick discussion on traffic and circulation here. So some of the comments that we've been receiving, but also just one of the bigger discussions from the moment the application came in was how we would manage traffic, especially observing what's been going on in our community with some of our other more popular restaurants. In this case, the applicant did submit a traffic study for the property. That traffic study focused on the car wash and it focused on the entire project, but had specific call outs for the car wash and the drive-through use. And so the drive-through restaurant use being the biggest trigger of vehicle traffic onto the site. They did look at other Chick-fil-A's in our state and here regionally and use those numbers to make sure that they were having sufficient queuing capacity for the vehicles that would be going to the site. In this case, that Chick-fil-A restaurant is equipped with a 33 vehicle queue just for that purpose, and that's only the stuff or the area that is specifically within those queue lanes. If you look at this map, you can see how those non-shaded in vehicles even expand beyond into the new parking lot area. So a lot of capacity there to hold vehicles. The car wash, which was a little bit less of a concern, but that has a 13 vehicle queue for those users, and it also includes the parking for the vacuum areas. Like I said, we've been observing other restaurants such as Sonic, such as In-N-Out that get really, really busy and popular. And we've had a lot of good conversations, I'll say, with the applicant, and especially folks who have been helping move along Chick-fil-A from their corporate team and their permitting team, and given us good confidence that they're well aware of how busy these openings can be, and have a whole little protocol internally to make sure that all traffic operates smoothly during heavy periods like new Chick-fil-A opening. We did include a condition of approval in there for traffic control that you can read through in your attachments to the staff report and to the resolution. And we've worked through that specific language with Chick-fil-A, making sure that they're able to coordinate with us during high traffic events. We also have gotten a couple of comments, which you might have seen come through via email. Oh, not what I want to do. Via email regarding noise on the site. The applicant did submit an acoustic report for the car wash. That is the big noise generator here for the project. And so essentially what that acoustic report said was really the concern would be if this car wash was operating at night. That's when your average sound for this area drops. And so that's where if you had your car wash operating at night, obviously it'd be a major disturbance. So part of the conditions of approval is limiting those operating hours to make sure they know they're only allowed from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., which is consistent with our noise ordinance. And also we added a condition of approval in there ensuring that the equipment, the noise generating equipment, is limited to, I believe, 70 feet, 70 decibels at 30 feet from the car wash or from the noise source, which again is matching our noise standards and in a sense limiting them to, or requiring them to use silencer packages or some kind of those best practices in the design of their facility to keep noise or operational noise as low as possible. As I mentioned, we have been talking with the applicant about all the conditions of approval, sharing drafts of them as we go along from or since Planning Commission. And there were some minor changes, with in particular with Chick-fil-A being a national chain. There are always, there's always a need for exact, precise language on conditions approval, even when it's not Chick-fil-A. But in this case, they just wanted to make some point of clarification to most of our boilerplate language. As they've worked through some of the questions about traffic circulation and road improvements with us, we've also made some changes to make sure we're all on the same page about expectations as they proceed with building permits. Those specific conditions are listed on your screen. They're also shown in strike through and underline in red in your conditions of approval, so you guys have easy access to them there. With that said, you have your recommendation here on the screen in front of you, which is to introduce for first reading by title only the draft ordinance approving a zoning code text amendment based on findings, and adopting draft resolution B, approving a lot line adjustment ATL 250042 and a conditional use permit with the parking reduction, driveway design modification, and sign exception to amend the Home Depot Center master plan development and allow a car wash and drive-through restaurant and a commercial shell at the Home Depot Center at the addresses on your screen there and APNs on your screen there, subject to the findings and condition of approval. All right, I'll open it up for discussion and questions.
Okay, thank you, Eric, and for your first presentation to City Council. Great job. Very good report, thorough, comprehensive, and I think succinct as well. So, all right, I will open it up starting on my left. Council questions, starting with Councilmember Peak.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. How many cars did you guys count when we're busy at In-N-Out? How many cars are winding around the parking lot in there?
We do not have a parking count for In-N-Out,
So
or a queue count, I should say, for In-N-Out currently.
and when we built In-N-Out, we basically thought it would be like 6 cars at a time. So,
Yeah.
and if you've been to In-N-Out in Salinas, it wraps all the way onto the freeway, on ramps, off ramps sometimes. So a lot of times when you build these, you don't know how popular they're going to be. So I know that when through like the different development, the planning of this, there was cars added to the queue or allowing it for wrapping around the parking lot.
Before you go on, though, I was going to almost ask that same question, but so you're saying we don't, because I wanted, what's the comparison to In-N-Out Burger in terms of how many cars can you get in the queue at In-N-Out Burger before you're, 10 feet from San Anselmo? Do you not know that?
So we don't have those current numbers in In-N-Out, but what I will tell you is that In-N-Out has continuously enlarged and modified their drive-through area almost every year for the last 7 or 8 years now, as it's continued to get more and more popular. And they've kind of been able to figure it out on their own without significant impacts to the right of way. But it's certainly a lot more than what we had originally planned for. Now, so I think we've learned a lesson here by pre-planning a very significant number of vehicles, not only on their specific site, but wrapping around the entire interior of the shopping center and then all the way back out to El Camino Real. We feel like we've overdone it in this particular situation and have a lot of capacity. The traffic analysis, which compares other Chick-fil-A's throughout the region and state, seems to agree with that as well.
Yeah, it does seem like it's a lot more than food, you know, in and out when you think about cars at in and out, but it'd be nice to know for sure.
Well, yeah, definitely. Number one is, if this goes through, then there's going to be a couple months of pandemonium. We saw that with Sonic for about 2 days. It was like a flash in the pan for whatever reason. Traffic control, the provision and written for the contractor to have traffic control on El Camino Real would be definitely pertinent. I would also, I would assume, and I don't know if it's correct, it's probably just my observation. I live behind In-N-Out, so when it's busy there, San Anselmo, it sucks. But so when it wraps around inside, it seems like there's more cars in line getting to go than there are parked to go to the restaurant sometimes. Is there, maybe this is a question for the consultant or from Chick-fil-A, maybe that's not the right time for it, but is there statistics in terms of who's using parking to eat inside the restaurant with a restaurant with, what was it, like 70 occupancy, something like that, versus drive-through? Are Chick-fil-A statistically more of a drive-through restaurant than a sit down and eat a sandwich restaurant? What kind of thought goes into that? Are we anticipating more drive-throughs and less sitting down? And then my other questions are as to the car wash, if you'd like me to wait, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay. And then in terms of the Sunday and Quickie Car Wash, our case study on the south end of town, which is a crazy busy, tiny car wash compared to this, they are open till 5 in the winter and they're open till 7 in the summer, I think. I go there all the time and it seems like I can never find a spot, or they're about closing when I can go there. Was there, when we approved the Quickie Car Wash over there before it was Sunday Car Wash, is there a case study from the city that we said you can't be open later than 7 p.m.? And if so, why not have a similar thing here? I don't know. When it's cold out, no one's washing their cars anyway. And so in the winter, it's dark as well, but this seems to be well lit up. So just wondering about the history of the Quickie approval on that end of town, and why their hours of operation are 5 or 7, depending on the season. And then I think that's pretty much my questions as of now, besides on attachment 2, number 14, for page 67 to my other council people up here, talking about site lighting. I'm less concerned with signs. I mean, signs are signs. I'm not sure why there has to be a big sign facing the hotel. If you're trying to see it from El Camino, you're probably more concerned with the front sign. But the site lighting shall comply to the city's exterior lighting standards. I'd like you to clarify what that means with a recess of 2 inches. I went by the site this afternoon and took pictures and kind of just looked around. The ones behind the car wash, the pole lights that are along the fence, are those not to current commercial code? And those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Peak. Let me just answer the first question about Quickie Car Wash. Quickie Car Wash was actually approved as a mixed-use project, believe it or not. It was a small commercial pad that's part of a big residential project. So it did have conditions that spoke about reduced hours that are different. I don't have that set of conditions in front of me tonight. I don't know exactly what they say, so it's hard for me to tell you for sure whether those hours were the choice of the business or whether they were restricted by the actual permit for that mixed-use project. We can look at that. But what I will tell you is you do have the option here to set the hours differently than what's being proposed. However, there are limitations put in place by the noise study done for this project that make recommendations for those hours, which are basically looking at our own city noise ordinance and our noise standards that we have, trying to reflect those so that we don't have an impact after hours. But of course, they could be reduced even further. The other question there, I think I would default to the representatives we have here for Chick-fil-A to talk about how they've designed their restaurant, whether it's more for eating in or the drive-through experience. But I do know they do have some interior space, probably similar to In-N-Out, but I couldn't tell you exactly what their capacity is inside. And then the other question you had, I think I'll have Eric answer that one about the.
Yes, so the lighting question about the existing fixtures, as I mentioned in the presentation, the original master plan development and in large part their on-site development occurred in the early 2000s for the site. Their entitlement was approved in 1999, so shortly after they would have applied for building permit. That would have included all the lighting for the site and their on-site improvements. That time, our lighting standards were not as clean as they are now, with a larger focus on preventing light spillover and requiring essentially dark sky compliance. And so part of the question was what we require now. And so lighting fixtures today are required to have what's essentially called a visor or have a full shield on them. And so if you think of the light bulb being the light source, it means that the component of the fixture that is covering that light source is stretching 2 inches below the edge of the bulb. And so it's fully covering that light source. So the light is either pointed directly downward at the ground, or in the case of more decorative lighting, directed directly at the building. And so with light poles, there's also height standards right now, limiting a maximum height. And in this case, most of those poles probably do not meet that height
So
standard.
just a quick follow-up to that and I'm done. Mayor? So to that point, if there's going to be a 20-foot building of car wash in the back, and there might be a wall-mounted security light for a trash enclosure back there, could that mitigate the need for those 30-foot light poles at the edge of the property line? Because we won't need, that's essentially there for security, right? So if there's a smaller light 6 feet off the ground, 8 feet off the ground on the car wash building for security reasons, you wouldn't need those large floodlights 30 feet in the air, correct?
Correct. Yes. And that's something that the council could choose to discuss as a condition of approval in terms of what treatment there is to any of the existing light poles or addition of any new exterior lights.
Thank you. And I would note that, and this may be what Councilmember Peak was referring to, we received a letter from a couple neighbors below complaining about these existing lights. And so even though they're existing and previously approved as part of the original project, it certainly is an opportune time to readdress that, I think. And, even though they're pre-existing, to say, hey, those are, as you said, a different standard, a different time. You have the kind of thing where we require them to point downward, but pointing downward in this case might be right towards the houses that are below the railroad tracks. And so, yeah, I would like us to consider doing that. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Daris.
Thank you. You mentioned that when the entire development was approved under, excuse me, PD 9, that it did not allow car washes, and I'm wondering what the reasoning was behind that, if you know.
We don't know. I'd be making assumptions if I did, but I think originally this commercial development was really centered around the Home Depot and retail stores. And it wasn't intended to be an automotive oriented land use. So it was really just, hey, here's a hotel, here's a large Home Depot, and that was really it.
Okay, just
And
trying to
so,
maximize commercial or.
yeah, trying to incentivize and maximize the
Yeah,
retail
okay.
developments. But unfortunately, what has happened over the years, we found that the non-compete that's in place for Home Depot has really prevented these spaces from building out as we originally intended. So therefore, that's why this becomes a good solution. These particular land uses don't impact the non-compete that's currently in place with Home Depot.
Okay, well, with the potential for noise, I hope it's not going to be a problem. I actually think it's probably a good location for a car wash. But on the noise issue, the Quickie car wash, that's the one by Miners, is that correct? Has there been any, I was on the planning commission when that came through, so I remember there was a lot of discussion on the potential for noise and keeping the decibel level down. Has there been any complaints from that operation of that car wash from any of the neighbors?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, excellent. I like to hear that. And then the last question is on the Chick-fil-A and the queuing and the ordering. In-N-Out, they have someone standing out there with their thing. Is that how Chick-fil-A normally does it? Maybe they can answer, maybe you know that, but is that how Chick-fil-A normally does their ordering with somebody standing out there like In-N-Out?
The applicant team is nodding yes.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are, okay. I don't know who to look at. So, okay. I just want to make sure we're not trying to impose something that's not something that is typical with this organization that could potentially be a problem and not complied with over time. So if this is something that they're used to operating, then I think that's fantastic because it seems to work really well at In-N-Out. It really surprises me how well it works. First time I went through there, I couldn't believe it. I've never been to a Chick-fil-A, so now I'm looking forward to going, just to check out how the queuing works. So that's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Yeah, my question was, how do they serve the food into the second lane away from the building? But I think that was answered for me earlier this morning. So yeah, as somebody's told me, Chick-fil-A is the in and out of chicken. And so similar volumes. So anyway, I have a couple questions, but I will wait until after Councilmember Funk and Councilmember Newsom have a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am interested in the car wash aspect of this. The first, let me check on the signage. You showed us signage for the car wash and then also for the commercial buildings. If those commercial buildings need to that commercial building needs to have a separate sign for each of maybe 3 businesses that might be in there, do they have enough? Can that be accommodated without any additional change? You had a nice picture of that.
Yes.
We went back a little too far there. Okay, I'll take your yes and we'll come back at it. Looking at the car wash again, if we can get to it, the picture that shows the car wash and on site and there, that'll do. Okay, so with that picture, am I correct in understanding that there's actually a second, the administrative part of the building is behind the part of the building that we see, so that you have a tunnel for that the cars go through, and then there's the, offices where you pay and all that, get goodies, et cetera.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, so there's an additional section of building that helps buffer sound from the car wash function.
Correct, yeah, there's a smaller portion or shorter portion of the building behind that tower that you can't see, maybe in this one. Here we go.
Okay, yes, thank you.
So that's kind of equipment storage, and I believe there's a small office in there.
Okay, and where are the dryers in this? Are they inside of the building? Because that tends to be the big noise issue in car washes.
I don't believe our floor plans get into that level of detail, those level of kind of mechanical equipment. It usually comes up at the building permit stage. Typically for car washes, they are housed within the tunnel. And so those silencer packages that I spoke to usually have some kind of, I think they call them noise baffles, which is a soundproof surrounding attached to them.
Okay. And you gave us some dimensions as to the distances for the between the car wash and the residential neighborhood that is across the railroad tracks from here and down a fair bit, which affects both the lighting and sound. Probably helps them on the sound, probably, makes the lighting harder. How does that 160 feet compare to the distance with the other car wash that Councilmember Peak just mentioned, that is positioned near a residential development? Not all that neighborhood has been developed yet, but are they? Is this closer or further away from houses than that development was planned to be?
Currently, residential development is a little bit further away than this particular measurement, but that's not how it's going to remain. That whole area is developing with residential at some point, which will be even closer than this one is today. But with the current construction standards and with the noise mitigation for how these are built, based on the noise analysis, it's supposed to be okay.
Okay, thank you. And I would second the question. Are there any really huge cost or security implications to requiring the property owner to shield the existing lights to current standards? for the benefit of the neighborhood?
It's probably a limited expense. We've already talked a little bit about some repairs to or modifications to those light fixtures. When we saw that email come in, I went ahead and let the ownership know, hey, this might come up in city council today, so please be ready to discuss that. I will add that the center isn't entirely owned at this point by one person or one group. The hotel owns their property, Staples own their property, Home Depot owns their property, and these are all shared amenities that they use for access throughout the site. So while there is likely some level of conditioning that can occur to retrofit some of the lights, the extent to which the owner can do all of it, if it doesn't fall on their property, is likely limited. But we will also, I think it's probably good to let the applicant weigh in on this one as well.
Okay, yeah, that, I would be interested in hearing from the applicant. Also, the extent to which the car wash building itself will be a light shield between the parking lot and the neighborhood, given the angles involved. If somebody has looked at that, that would be helpful for us to know. Okay, and then, okay. That'll take care of my questions for now.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
oh, wait, sorry.
We can come,
I
back.
never called that.
We can come.
I have a different spot where my questions on the traffic flow.
Okay.
I had, and that is over here. The, and this is probably for Mr. DeBar. One of the things we, typically on a project of this kind, we're looking at the study is of the potential for traffic backing up onto the freeway of people who are trying to exit at that point to patronize the businesses involved. My question is a little different. It's about the fact that after people get their yummies and come back onto the freeway, particularly the northbound 101, that interchange has a very tight curve and a very short ramp for acceleration, so that even electric vehicles have a hard time getting fully up to traffic speed by the time they merge in. And so this produces or it contributes to an effect that they call the Atascadero curve. And you see traffic backing up. To what extent will adding the traffic associated with these high traffic volumes add to that challenge? And do you see that as a safety concern?
Well, thank you, Councilmember Funk. That's a really good question. The applicant, they had submitted a traffic impact study, and they did traffic counts, not only existing, but additional traffic that's going to be generated by this project. And the difference for traffic entering US 101 northbound, they looked at the peak hours in the morning and afternoon. So this would be the peak hour traffic between 7 and 9 a.m. And then the PM would be between 4 and 6 p.m. But the morning is a little less than PM. And that's not usually kind of like it's the afternoon that we're really concerned about with the backup in the northbound 101. But in the morning, the project adds 29 vehicles per hour. So that would be one vehicle every 2 minutes, basically. And then in the PM, the traffic impact study indicated there'd be an additional 48 cars or vehicles in the afternoon when the 101 would be more backed up. And that equates to one vehicle every 75 seconds or just over a minute. So I don't really see that being a big impact on the US 101 northbound. And the applicant team did, I believe, also submit this plan to Caltrans, and they didn't have any comments or anything else. So I don't see it being a real big issue for traffic or contributing to any of that. And I do know Caltrans modified that and lengthened that on-ramp maybe 5 years ago or so. They did some improvements to make it a little longer. And so I don't see that being a big problem for the mainline traffic on 101.
Okay, thank you. And then when the applicant talks to us, I'd be interested in hearing, thinking about the traffic flow on the site itself for Chick-fil-A, how they manage getting people to go all the way to the back of the site and queue up rather than getting frustrated and cutting through in a couple of other lanes, and having queuing all the way through the entire parking lot.
Okay, Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to the traffic on northbound 101 at the ECR stop sign. How do we anticipate the additional volume affecting our ongoing stacking that happens on a regular basis at that exit?
This would be on the off-ramp, on northbound off-ramp
Yeah.
at El Camino. So again, they analyzed, and I'll compliment the applicant team because they really work closely with the city engineering staff to address our concerns and do the analysis at the intersections we requested. This was one of them, and really at that intersection, I don't really have the delta on those, but there's plenty. That intersection is still going to operate at an acceptable level. All the intersections right now operate at a level of service A, which is the best. And won't have this right offhand, but I think all those will also continue to operate at a level of service A as well. And the queuing distance isn't even, none of the queuing distance from traffic generated by this project is going to even come close to being impacted. So there's plenty of storage on the off ramps and the approaches to all the intersections.
Having spent quite a bit of time on that side of town as well as visit a Chick-fil-A every time I go to the city, I have the experience of it stacking even worse than in and out. And I have sat in those lines. But what I'm more concerned about is the volume of traffic for our residents trying to utilize Home Depot, Starbucks, and everything else in there. And just exiting the 101 northbound at that stop sign, it's not uncommon for someone to blow that stop sign and also stand there for, you know, a much longer amount of time as everybody tries to figure out how to navigate that intersection, and then the volume of cars. I anticipate everything that we see going on San Anselmo a little bit more because I think Chick-fil-A is got its own calling of its own. One of the things that this council has done is put a moratorium on drive-through at the San Anselmo, and the in and out was a huge impact on that because we knew that that corridor at San Anselmo could not take another drive-through of that magnitude in the Kmart parking center. There's also a moratorium on the Del Rio, with the Taco Bell being the last drive-through that goes in. So what tends to happen is each drive-through impacts the ability to navigate those intersections drastically. So I want to make sure that we have items in place that's not affecting the neighborhood and allowing us to go about our regular visits to Home Depot. Because the spill out for the Chick-fil-A has the potential to run down a residential corridor, which is Ramona. And Ramona has, blind curves. It's got a lot of residential property with animals as well as young children. And the speeds in that corridor, I'd hate to see the traffic funnel into there. So I'd be interested to see the studies that were done outside of the pad for development.
And I did just look at review the counts that they had in there, and the addition of traffic in the morning and afternoon for the off ramp is about 1 car per minute. That would be additional added from the project, leaving the freeway.
Okay. So we do not anticipate having to do any type of realignment of ECR right there at that intersection.
No, the only thing that we've asked the applicant to do is reconfigure the approach, the northbound approach to San Ramon, the four-way stop there by the Starbucks, because the majority of the additional traffic that's going to be coming is going to be going through the intersection. Right now, the configuration, there's 2 lanes. Currently, there's a shared right and through.
Can you show it on the screen? Is it in their slides?
I believe so. There's a shared through through and right, and then there's a dedicated left turn only. I'm not sure if this is showing. It's on the other side or to the bottom of this page. So
I think if you explain it from the bottom, though, you're saying
Sure.
right now there's the right lane is a right turn
and through
and
shared.
the left lane is a left only.
Left only. And what's going to happen is there's going to be most of the traffic generated by this project is going to go through the intersection. So one of the things we've worked with the applicant on is realigning that to have it a shared through left and a dedicated right, because a lot of the traffic right now is, let's say, taking a right to go to the Home Depot or Starbucks or whatever's that way, and very little traffic is going through, so it balances that out better, and it'll balance the queuing at the intersection much better. And so going through the intersection, we worked with the applicant to define that through lane through, because the existing median that you see here on the other side of the intersection will need to be modified to allow an appropriate shift through that intersection and define that through lane for traffic, say, going up and over the train tracks. And then also defining that left turn pocket better and getting a little more queuing in there. So I believe it's going to work very well, and it'll be a good design to accommodate the additional traffic.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the Spring Hill Suites roundabout. One of the articles said there was going to be a no left turn on one of the driveways. Are we going to add another no left turn on the roundabout so we're not draining into our traffic's going down and turning around in the residential area?
Yeah, so leaving the roundabout driveway, so that'll be unacceptable to take a left turn out will be fine. It's the driveway to the south that's kind of at a skew there. That's really meant to funnel traffic into the site and keep so it doesn't back up onto the intersection of San Ramon and El Camino. So that one will prohibit left-hand turns.
But the roundabout won't allow a left-hand turn.
The roundabout left-hand turns will be acceptable.
Okay. How do we see the additional traffic in this corridor with just the all three paths being developed affecting that neighborhood and going across the bridge into the residential area?
Yeah, we don't, the traffic report really didn't show any additional traffic being routed to the north into that neighborhood. So that traffic will, it's kind of funny actually, because I looked at some of the traffic before and after the numbers earlier today going southbound, and there's going to be less traffic going through it because I'm guessing people in the PM are going to be turning into Chick-fil-A to get dinner or something. But there'll be more traffic turning into that center in the PM than in morning than going through. So it's interesting, but no traffic impacts for the neighborhood to the
And
north.
is there an existing sign that says dead end or not a through street? Is that
I believe there is one right now.
is it after you cross the bridge or before cross the bridge?
I believe it's shortly just north
After.
of the San Ramon, the four-way stop. I think it's right there. So in this picture, it would be just right across the street from the Starbucks in the northbound direction.
Okay.
So we may relocate that just beyond the roundabout intersection and
To show that that's a closed residential area
yes.
or private. Signage, you mentioned signage. Is any of the lighting going to be LED?
No, I don't believe so. I
Okay.
would have to double check with the applicant, but I don't believe they call out that level of detail on the sign.
Because that requires a special use permit. Is that correct? For LED signs?
I think we can wait till the applicant speaks. Maybe the applicant can answer that question when we invite them up.
We've had it been asked previously on different developments, so I want to make sure we address that we're not putting in really large, tall monument LED signs.
We will review that with the building plans, but yeah, they have a master sign plan that was approved with the development as a whole. So the only exception that they're asking for when I reviewed the plans was that sizing of the signs. Everything else in terms of the details they provided complies with that master sign or sign plan for the Home Depot Center.
And the car wash logo on that building is not lighted.
They will likely be internally illuminated.
Okay. I know with the neighborhood's concern about lighting, I just wanted to make sure clarified and understood what was lighted. You'd mentioned that there was a noise study done prior to the applicant submitting the application. Is that correct?
Yes.
On prior noise studies, an example being human being, there was concern from the residents that they were really close to the proximity of something that would have loudspeakers and large volume in their area. Is it possible to put a contingency or a follow-up with a neighbor on 6 months because it's a conditional use with a noise study? I think we have an existing one in a ECR corridor.
That is possible, yes.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions regarding phasing. This consists, these approvals and this project consists of 3 pads, 3 structures, that being the Chick-fil-A, the car wash, and the commercial one. From a, services to our constituents and a revenue generating standpoint, we're obviously most interested and excited about the Chick-fil-A. The car wash, frankly, is as long as it doesn't bother the neighbors, but it's certainly not something that I'm, excited about. I want to make sure that we don't end up with a car wash and for any reason whatsoever, the Chick-fil-A is delayed or not built. Is there any phasing in this project approval?
There is not, as proposed. The council does have the ability to condition the project in such a way, but I think that's a good discussion to have with the applicant team as they come in.
And then as well, so there's no obviously specific timetable for pad 3, the commercial shell.
No, other than what they expect or what they have suggested.
Yeah. Okay. And as I understand it from previous, discussions with the city manager, we did anticipate that the Chick-fil-A would be underway as soon as possible from a construction permit standpoint.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. In terms of the traffic, I mean, having had to abort a trip or two to In-N-Out Burger on a Friday evening because I would be the last car who wasn't sticking out into the roadway or et cetera. I find that, when the fuller the drive-through lane is, at least in the past, before In-N-Out changed their configurations, the harder it was to park. And so, the concern being is, are people going to use, if the drive-throughs are full, will they use the parking? And I think, if people are driving all over the place trying to get into the drive-through line, they actually make the parking lot almost gridlocked and harder to get into. But I do feel that, this is more capacity to In-N-Out. It's much farther off the freeway than In-N-Out. So I feel reasonably comfortable, even though some of those numbers sound kind of low that Mr. DeBar just quoted. But I am concerned, and Councilmember Newsom alluded to this on an ongoing basis, but I'm particularly concerned at the opening about people in the neighborhood across the bridge literally not being able to go home or customers not being able to get to Home Depot because they're stuck in a 30-minute, gridlock of people wanting to try out Chick-fil-A. So I'm not, a traffic engineer. I don't want to micromanage or make sausage up here, but I do want to make sure that, you guys and that the applicant understands that we wish them all the success in the world, but in those opening days, whether it's a soft opening that you don't, advertise it quite so much or what have you, but we've got to make sure that in the opening couple weeks that our neighborhood folks can go home without having to, wait or preferably not having to route themselves through the Home Depot parking lot to get around this, that sort of thing. So I hope that's really seriously addressed. And then on the noise study, this lighting that we talked about was, approved 20 years ago. The existing neighbors have a concern about those existing lights, and I think we can fix that. But I've always struck how sometimes things just don't turn out like you think. You guys are smart, come up with great conditions, and then sometimes it just doesn't pan out. And I'm concerned about a noise study. I think of being in the military about artillery sounds can go, we can hear artillery from Camp Roberts on certain days. Acoustics are a very odd thing. And I think, from my understanding, I'm less concerned about the noise to the neighbors below for some of the reasons you described, but noise can travel a long ways. I'd probably be more concerned about the people across the Home Depot parking lot. And I'm wondering if there's any, buffering of the vacuums in terms of headed that way, noise-wise, and/or like Councilmember Newsom, I think alluded to, is 6 months down the road, if we're getting a lot of neighboring complaints, that there would be the ability to go, okay, going to have to do a little retrofit here or something, whether it be more bushes, more this, more that, I don't know. But I am concerned that, sometimes studies done by the most competent people just don't pan out the way you think they do. So is that something that could be addressed?
Mayor, you're asking for a performance standard. Certainly those can go into conditional use permit. We can have a 6-month or 1 year or both follow-up. We can also respond if we have neighborhood concerns. Does something need to change? Certainly. We believe as staff, we've thought of all those stopgaps in this particular design. I mean, for example, the tunnel, the dryer faces away from the residential, it faces towards commercial development. But certainly you can have a condition here that has a 6-month or 1 year review. You can do that for any use permit to adjust conditions on lighting, adjust conditions on noise, all of those things. And the benefit we have with this particular site compared to In-N-Out is this is part of a regional shopping center. And there's a lot of parking, even though they're asking for a slight reduction. The amount of shared parking is enormous. And if you look at that empty parking lot that's across from the Starbucks right now,
Right.
if people had to, if they wanted to walk in and they couldn't get in the parking lot because it's the first opening week or two,
Right.
got a lot of options, which is different than the In-N-Out. And so you don't have the option over there. It's an
Right.
isolated site. This
Okay, I mean,
isn't. And it helps in a lot of things. For
Yeah,
that,
the
for that
Staples
matter.
parking lot is pretty much available most of the time and could be used during opening as long as there was some, crosswalk guard or something.
Mayor, I also
I'll
wanted to
leave that
add
deep.
condition 20, and I think this is important. Chick-fil-A's can be quite busy. And I think I've seen some in shopping centers that probably have more employees managing traffic outside in bright vests than they have working inside. And I think and I want our applicant to talk about that, but that's why we have condition 20, not just a queuing plan showing volume, but we want a staffing narrative that shows what staffing measures they'll implement at busy times, whether there'll be staff people directing people over to the Staples side, queuing them up there and then moving them over. That's very important, especially when it opens. And that's why we also have the coordination plan that will work with them on us if this is approved. But perhaps the applicant, when they have a chance, can speak more to Chick-fil-A's ability to manage traffic, but they're very good at it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, certainly they have experience in this. They know how to run a busy facility, and I think we can appreciate that they will work with staff and be professional about it. And I'm not going to try to, like say, make the sausage up here. Just want to make sure, staff understands the council's concern on it. I'm going to open it up to the applicant. We normally give the applicant up to 10 minutes, but please don't repeat the things that staff already said. We heard that. If you could, perhaps address any questions you feel staff didn't completely answer, but we welcome you.
Thank you, Mayor Bobo, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here, my pleasure to be here this evening. For the record, my name is Connor Best with Westar Associates, and I promise you I won't repeat what Eric so aptly already told you. But I'm Connor Best with Westar Associates, representing Atascadero 101 Associates, the property owner. We've owned and managed this center for nearly 30 years, and we're proud to be here with the final phase of its development. This project completes the build-out of a uniquely constrained Highway 101 interchange site. The plan includes 3 final components: a drive-through restaurant, complementary retail pad building, and a car wash. Uses that work together to round out the center and support its long-term success. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for their thoughtful comments and recommendation of approval. Since that hearing, we've continued to work closely with staff to further coordinate off-site striping and circulation improvements, analyze crosswalk operations, plan for grand opening conditions associated with Chick-fil-A, and clarify language within the conditions of approval. Through that process, we've addressed the key concerns raised and are now in full agreement with all conditions of approval as presented. More broadly, this project provides convenient services for local residents, travelers along Highway 101, and nearby businesses while making efficient use of an already developed commercial site. We appreciate the continued collaboration from staff and Planning Commission, and we believe this project before you reflects that collective effort. I respectfully request your approval this evening, and I'm happy to answer your questions, of which please remind me if I forget one here. So, Councilmember Peak, you mentioned the in and out capacity, and speaking back here, that is only a single lane operation. It doesn't have the queue capacity that we have here, and with staff's recommendations, I think we've provided a significant queue here. I don't know about the operations of the Quickie Car Wash, but we heard the staff's answers there. And the site lighting, as you heard from Eric, we are happy to shield the poles that we control on our property. Happy to do it. We will do it. But there are some light poles along that northern boundary that are on other parcels owned by other parties, and we will do our best good faith efforts to coordinate with them and have them shield those as well. The thought process of eliminating those and just relying on wall pack lights does concern us from an insurance and liability standpoint, being that there's a significant drop off to the north to the US 101 or the Union Pacific Railroad tracks there. So we like having those light stanchions along that perimeter fence, along that drop off, just for the errant vehicle who might travel too far north. So that would be our concern with eliminating those light poles completely, but we're happy to shield them. Councilmember DeReitz, the PD9 car wash not allowed. I think staff covered it, but to add our color, we also don't understand why automotive uses aren't allowed in the PD9 overlay. In 2007, we did have on this Chick-fil-A site a Chevron approved, and unfortunately, it was a Chevron with a car wash, and unfortunately, they were able to terminate that lease. So we've had these uses approved before, but we're not really sure how the PD9, and I think Phil adequately summed it up, but I think we all kind of, it's in the ether now. So the noise concerns, and to jump ahead a little bit for the car wash, we hear you. We tried to orient that building to limit that amount of noise, and we're happy to have a 6-month or 12-month check-in after certificate of occupancy. We're happy to do that, not a problem. And then for the phasing question, we're happy to phase the car wash application of building permits after, we receive building permits for Chick-fil-A. It is our intention for Chick-fil-A and Pad 2 to go in sequence of these numbering. So Chick-fil-A and Pad 2, the retail pad building just south of the Spring Hill Suites, would be our intent to build those simultaneously up front. And then once we secure an operator for the car wash, that would follow. So we're happy to, agree not to bring that forward first. The car wash signage, I believe the question of it being lit, we do expect it to be lit. All of the lighting will adhere to municipal code, whether it's LED or fluorescent tubes, or I'm trying to think of our monument signs that we have and our pylon signs. I think those are fluorescent tubes. I don't think we have LED signs, but I can't speak for Staples and Home Depot and any improvements they might have done to their signage since we built the project. The buffering of the noise and the dryers, without an operator, we don't have the exact location of where those blowers or dryers might be. But we're happy to listen to any sort of suggestions during tenant improvement plan drawings or some sort of conditions there. There is not any huge cost implications to shielding the existing lights. We're happy to work on those as far as we can. The traffic flow backing up to the freeway, I think Public Works Director DeBar answered that question depthly. Thank you very much. And I have to tell you that his team anticipated your comments and your concerns very, very well. And we had 3 or 4, hours long meetings figuring it out and a little arm wrestling, but we're very happy with it. And we've been here for 30 years. It's your town. It's our project. We want it to operate at the highest and best level that it can. And we hope to be here for many, many years to come and make sure that it's not a nuisance that people aren't using this highway interchange. Our existing customers at Home Depot and Starbucks, we do think that that's a great improvement for that right-hand turn and then that through and left. That allows the existing customers to travel east and everyone else to travel north. So I think those are great improvements that we made there. Let me know if I'm missing any here.
That's okay. We can come up with some questions for you, I think.
Great.
Does
Come on.
Members of
Let's
the
do it.
council have a question for?
Yeah, it was what does Chick-fil-A determine? Are they, I guess, how am I supposed to say it? Is it more skewed towards drive-through versus dine-in? What is it typically a restaurant like Chick-fil-A?
Absolutely. I would love to answer that question, but there's somebody much more qualified to do it. His name's Carlos Arias from Chick-fil-A. Let me
Go ahead.
introduce him.
Come on up. Thank you.
Good evening, council. And first off, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I can't come up here and not thank you, as we're so excited for the opportunity to be a part of the city. We've been wanting to be here for a while, so thank you. We're excited. And thank you for the property owner team as well. Council, on your question, it really varies depending on location and surrounding area. This one, so generally speaking, it's usually a little skewed more than half of the business is drive-through. Probably because there's higher turnover in the drive-through lane, right? So if you're in dining in, it's going to be typically a slower turnover guests dining in, linger a little bit longer. They're there to have a meal. We serve our guests out in the dining room as well. This particular one has a playground, so cars are just going to, our families that want to choose to dine in with us are just going to linger, and we welcome them to do that. That's why it's there and we offer that. We do expect this one to be higher than or more than half, just considering freeway proximity to be in the drive-through lane. But since I'm up here, I would like to maybe add some context to a lot of the questions that have come up. I'll start by maybe highlighting the site. This one is particularly exciting to us because, relatively speaking, this is a large site. In California, this is relatively large. And so we have a lot more parking, a lot of parking as mentioned. Would you mind going back to the site plan? Thank you. So a couple of key differences, some site characteristics that I would point to that I think would hopefully provide a peace of mind is the drive-through lane has been situated to basically route all the way to as far away from the curb cuts from the driveways as possible. That's a big key component for us. We like to have 2 curb cuts, one at the roundabout, one south of that that's skewed, slanted over, because it provides flexibility for our customers to come in and come out. In other words, if one seems to start to back up, the natural counter movement, the intuitive movement for our customers to take the other path of least resistance. And that's what we normally see happen. I think the other consideration is all of our new stores that have opened within the last 2 or 3 years have the 2 lanes that go all the way around. So from start to finish to the end, right, where the pickup window is. And that's been it's been a game changer for us from an innovation standpoint because it makes us a lot more efficient through the drive-through lane. What it does is it allows us to cut down a few critical steps. We have an app And so it allows customers to place the order even before they get onto the site. And so when they get on site, we sense it, or you say, I'm here at the site now. And if you choose to get in the drive-through lane, you basically don't have to wait, stop, think about what you're going to order on the menu, and then you have to take payment. Instead, you're really bypassing that and then able to cheat forward, and you're able to get in and out of the drive-through lane a lot quicker. Some of our stores, depending on the amount of use that we get from the app, will actually they'll dedicate one of the lanes to be for that use only. And that has been it drastically increases our efficiency throughout the site. It really helps us become a good neighbor, really. Well, the last thing we want, it's in our interest to make sure this site is circulating properly, to make sure it's safe. It's good for our customers. It's also good for our neighbors. We don't want to be hearing from our neighbors complaining that we are negatively impacting them. We don't want community members reaching out to you because there's stacking problems. And so again, this particular site is great for those couple of reasons: plenty of parking, plenty of stacking. We, as a part of the traffic report, also went above and beyond for establishing a great plan with the city to circulate if in case we do overflow. During grand opening, it's pretty normal for us to be busier than normal. And so it's hopefully provides a little
I
bit of peace.
assume, staff will have your full cooperation during opening couple weeks. That's the
Absolutely.
critical time.
Yeah.
So you don't need to go into detail about that. So, does council members have any other question for anybody on the applicant team?
Yeah.
Member Bunk?
Yeah, I'd asked, looking at the diagram that we see here, the flow that Eric had shown is for cars to go all the way to the back of the site in front of the other building and queue up. If that gets busy, how do you keep cars from queuing in 3 lanes at once? So queuing all the way through all of the parking.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would point everyone in this room to see the stars. There's 2 orange stars in the right next to the blue arrows, and we would deploy signage and or team members. It's in the legend down below as well, and we would be forcing everyone to just keep going around. The gray areas on the screen, just for a point of reference, those are hypothetical cars, right? We have the blue or maybe purple, that would be the normal busy hour. You can see the 2 red ones are what we can actually fit in the drive-through lane, so a little bit more. What we don't show is in front of the orange cars, we can actually accommodate even more. We can push cars forward. If orange car number 1 orders 60 sandwiches, and I hope they do, but the second car behind them only orders a soda, we're going to start delivering meals to car number 2, 3, 4, and then they can go around. So that's one of the key benefits of having the drive-through lane go 2 lanes all the way around as well. The gray cars is probably what we all care about for grand opening. Busyness, you see 1 lane here, we could probably go 2. Before it even gets to where the blue arrow starts or ends, I guess, the last gray car, we could probably double stack. That's about 60 cars, and we're not even close to the public right of way. So again, credit to the staff for helping us work through that to come up with a plan. That condition, as pointed out, is probably where the city hangs your hat to say, hey, the city can actually step in and make them change things around if needed. So we're excited about it.
Great, thank you.
Again, we all foresee a lot of different potential problems here, and we're not traffic engineers. I'm going to leave it, for me, I think we should leave it with you guys and our staff to work on those opening time plans. Because I see, now if you're not letting people come down those lanes, are you going to let them park there? All those kinds of problems that you can foresee, we expect you guys and our staff to come up with workable solutions for that, even to the point of you know, if you open up a business in Bad Two and now nobody can come to it because the gray cars are in the way, you know, you guys will think through all that stuff. So we don't need to, you know, solve that all tonight. Councilmember Newsom, you had a question.
Are you guys going to be using speaker ordering at this location, or is it just mostly just the people just like in and out?
We have speakers. What normally happens during peak hours is they do not get utilized because we employ our team members to start taking orders even further upstream from that.
Yeah, we
Similar to
found out
what you would see at In-N-Out, yes.
In-N-Out stopped using their speakers and deployed the extra staff on each side to be able to manage the volume.
Sure.
I'd be concerned that our entire high school senior class is going to try to show up. I don't know if you knew, we did
That's an inside.
we did some public engagement, and we encouraged our seniors to do general plan development, and the class that won had asked for more chicken.
The Eat More Chicken billboards appear to be working.
Yes, the high school class of a couple years ago will be very happy. So, okay, seeing no other questions from council, I want to thank you, unless there's anything else critical you wanted to convey, because we do want to open this up to public comment. We did receive some letters of concern, and I'm sure this might be of interest to some members of the public. We would like to open it up now to any member of the public wishing to speak. And I'm sure we did read the emails we received.
Hi there, my name is Renata Ruggles, and the backyard you see in one of those photos is mine, 160 feet away from the car wash. It's actually his bedroom. So my husband and I were both born and raised here in Atascadero, and we worked really hard to purchase our home on North Faro Carril, which is located directly below the proposed car wash. I'm speaking to express our concerns regarding the noise impacts of the proposed car wash and drive-through restaurant. Our neighborhood is already significantly affected by noise from the Home Depot Center, including truck deliveries at all hours of the day and night, and the constant idling of delivery vehicles. Recently, our entire household, including our 6-week-old baby and 2-year-old, was awakened at 4:30 a.m. by a street sweeper. In addition, the area has become a dumping site for roosters, resulting in regular crowing beginning at daybreak and continuing throughout the morning. While we understand the proposed car wash must comply with current noise ordinances and operate between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m., the addition of another noise-generating business raises serious concerns about the cumulative impact on nearby residents. We're also concerned about existing lighting conditions. There are currently 4 light poles along the access road parallel to the train tracks that are not shielded and spill directly into our bedrooms and backyard, as well as onto neighboring homes. As a result, we've been forced to install blackout shades in our children's bedrooms and are unable to fully enjoy our outdoor space, including our hot tub. We have raised this issue with city planning, and we're informed that although the lights do not meet current standards, they're considered pre-existing and are not required to be updated. Given that this hearing involves an amendment to the existing conditional use permit, we respectfully request that the City Council require the applicant to bring the existing lighting into compliance with current standards as part of this approval. Addressing this issue now would meaningfully improve the quality of life for surrounding residents. We support thoughtful and responsible development and wish the applicant success. However, it is essential that the construction and operation of these businesses include reasonable measures to minimize noise and ensure that all lighting is properly shielded to protecting neighboring homes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Jeff Hoslin, I think staff and council asked a lot and got a great response on the majority of the questions. I still think lighting is a concern even when it is shielded. We see a problem in a new shopping center off Del Rio right now with the residents that live a little ways away with lighting that supposedly complies with what our standards. So I think we really need to look at that so we're not shining lights into people's yards when it's done. There's got to be a way to do more directional shielding to prevent that. I think that's great. I actually think the car wash will block a lot of the sound that happens as of now. Home Depot, when we allowed Home Depot to put a rental center in, there was conditions that they could not put the rental stuff on the side back by the residents. As they continue to expand their rental, they're taking parking away, but it's in the front. So it is impacting a couple of people, but it's not as bad as it was before those conditions were put in. As for Chick-fil-A, as we know, there's no traffic on Sunday because they respectfully still close on Sunday. I found that out 20 years ago going through airports. I think it's a great addition to the city. I will tell you that in their queuing and what they do, if any council member is concerned, take a drive to Santa Maria. They've taken 2 lanes of parking in that shopping center for their drive-through, which makes it efficient. I don't use drive-through. I always go in, but it's amazing how their staff's out there, the delineators are out there, how they direct traffic. It is absolutely phenomenal. And I'll even bring up the black eye one, which they had to redo Santa Barbara a couple of years ago. And we hit that one every once in a while. And I can tell you how they made those changes on State Street is remarkable because it was backing up beyond belief before. So I think you have an applicant that understands what they're doing. And, I'm definitely for pushing them through. The concerns, of course, are the traffic flow into Home Depot and San Ramon. That's how I go home a lot or come in to Home Depot. And again, the lighting. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please. And anybody else wishing to speak, please line up.
My name is Heather Benteen, and I live in the Vera Corral, De Anza area down there. And my biggest concern is just about the traffic. On that Staples side, there's like 2 driveways there, and when you are coming up that bridge, you're pretty much blocked from seeing anything that's coming over. And on multiple occasions, I've almost been hit as trucks are coming out of that Staples Center because they just can't see you. And then even some of the landscaping blocks some of the traffic there so that as you're going towards your house over the bridge, they don't see you and they kind of pull out and you almost hit them. So there's a concern there. And then we live in the little cul-de-sac right there on De Anza. And Heather, I know you asked about the traffic, and there are multiple cars on any given day that come over the bridge there because I think they think you can get onto the on-ramp over that way, and they end up turning around in our cul-de-sac. I would say it's at least 3 or 4 cars a day that are coming over and turning around in the cul-de-sac. And so if people don't realize that they can't get onto the freeway that way, and there's not clear signage saying that this is a dead end, I think people will see a lot more traffic in that residence area of just people trying to turn around. So that's a concern. And then also, I'm not sure what the plan is for just like how the washers will work and like the runoff of the water, but down in that De Anza area, the drainage was not thought out when they built those homes, and there's really not a lot of drainage at all. So we get a lot of runoff, and we personally have had to put in a $20,000 sump pump just to take care of any extra water that kind of comes off. So I'm not sure what the plan is for the runoff water there. I'm sure they do recycle quite a bit of water, but any additional water that's going to come over that bridge and impact any erosion or any extra water could be an issue for us that live down there. I know it's already an issue, and so that is a big concern for me. And then in addition to the lighting and the sound noise, because you're up on a hill there and we're all down below, so the sound actually does travel a lot farther than people think. I don't know the sound that was done, the sound studies, but they do have to take into consideration that the sound travels farther because we're on a hill. That hotel there, when people are sitting out and on the patio just having drinks, we can hear them all night long from our backyard. And so 9 o'clock is a really long time for a car wash to be running if we want to be sitting out and enjoying our own backyards that we've paid a lot of money to be able to do that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Great timing. You had 4 seconds left. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Karen Knoll, and I am the mother of Renata Ruggles. I was calling the wrong name. And I babysit at this location, 160 feet from the proposed car wash. And I love the conversation. You picked up our issues with lighting and noise. Again, the car wash hours, it would be great to reduce those a bit, just as also the neighbor said, 9 o'clock is kind of late to enjoy your backyard. Noise, also, I'd love the idea of a 6-month check to see how the car wash is doing. Is it meeting conditions? That would be wonderful. And then lighting, of course, we'd love to see a condition that the poles that they are responsible for or are on their property, we believe there's 4 light standards along that road. Possibly 2 of them are on this site. And if this developer is actually responsible for those, if those could be shielded at least, and then maybe make a good effort to shield the other 2 with the Home Depot owners or whoever owns those lots. It would be wonderful. So appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Please approach.
Hi, my name's Stephen Raybon. I live at the house on Deanza Court with Heather Bentine, and I just had a thought that we do need signage down there if the car washes or anything goes in, that it needs to be clearly visible that it's one way in, one way out. Especially in the morning times, I know that we have a 55 and older elderly facility down there, and that's when they do the most of their exercise is at that time. So we get a lot of walkers, a lot of joggers right in that area, and just having clear signs in that area, one way in, one way out. This is not a through road. That would be hugely helpful if this goes through. So another thing I was thinking of is the trash. I don't know what's going on with that. I know we have the street sweepers over there, but with the extra 3 businesses, a Chick-fil-A as well, if there's any plan on that. So just wanted to bring that up, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to council for discussion and then action. I did want to ask staff a few follow-on questions based on some of the public comment and some things I thought of. One of the things that concerns me is, with the Home Depot, when the Home Depot first opened, or within a couple years, there were a lot of noise complaints by the neighbors about early deliveries. And there is a condition, I believe, they're not supposed to have delivery trucks before it's 6 or 7 o'clock. I think it's 7. Can you comment on that? I mean, is that correct? Is it 7?
I'd have to follow up on the exact time, but there were a series of complaints that came from Santa Cruz Road. They came from the backyards that faced into the parking lot in front of Home
Correct.
Depot. And most of the complaints were about shopping carts going in and out. And they were also about the trucks queuing around the backside. And we did limit the hours of the morning deliveries and evening deliveries. I believe it was 7.
And my concern is that what happens is, time changes, you get a new Home Depot manager or whatever, and the next thing you know, you're back to having trucks, backing up, beep, beep, beep. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't have those, but they're required. So it's good for a while, and then the next thing you know, you're back. And then to hear that, you've got sweepers coming in at 4:30, it's like, we need to do a better job well, first of all, the neighbors, instead of just sucking it up, please complain, complain to us, and we will go to the Home Depot or the property owner, in this case, whoever's calling out that sweeper at 4:30 or 5 or whatever, and say, you can't do that. You agreed not to do it. And the same thing with the delivery vehicles. I mean, as a frequent Home Depot customer, I want them to be fully stocked, but they agreed to certain things. We expected them to follow it. And I think for the neighbors' sake, you heard the developers are willing to do the light things, certainly on the property they owned, and they hopefully, and staff will coordinate with the other property owners on some of those things. I also think that the dead end sign, I thought it was very near the bridge. But wherever it is, it needs to be extremely abundantly clear, perhaps larger, If there's any bushes obstructing views, that needs to be looked at. I assume looking at the shopping center owner. Because those things are, are potential liability problems for you guys anyway. You want to make sure that those are not a problem. And I can see that, coming out of Staples, especially if you're coming out of where the trucks do. There's not a lot of sight distance from people coming up over the bridge. So those kind of things we would expect to be fixed. I did have two follow-up questions for staff. One is on San Ramon as you come over the overpass. Right now, I do this almost every day, so I should know, but I don't believe there's any lane delineation. There's essentially, if you're going to go straight to Home Depot, if you're going to turn left to Spring Hill Suites for a Rotary meeting, or if you're going to turn right, like some folks would do to get on the northbound. There's no, even though there's 3 places you can go, there's really only one lane per se, correct?
Yes, I'm looking at Google Street View right now on my computer, and there's just one lane
And is
going
there
there,
enough-
but there's probably enough. It looks like it's pretty close to maybe allowing, a shared through left and then a right only.
Right, because I think of the people who are wanting to get onto the northbound freeway and maybe they're stuck behind people that are going to either Chick-fil-A or Home Depot or going to their homes on Farrell Carril. That if there's enough space, some delineation might be.
Sure, we can
helpful.
take a look at that.
Okay.
And there are currently two not a through street signs going northbound. There's one just past the four-way stop intersection.
Mhm.
There's one right at the bridge
Okay.
going northbound. So we'll look at that and maybe change those up or freshen them up.
Right. I mean, I realize, folks, there's signage. I love signage, telling people, giving people information, but sometimes people just don't see signage and you're always going to get some people are going to, ignore or not see the sign and go on their merry way. So sign won't solve everything. Last question, when Councilmember Newsom had asked about lights and LED lights, I want to make sure that everybody understands, we don't, certainly that the public understands, we don't allow the blinking, loud, obnoxious lights that you see in Vegas, or you occasionally see a small one in a storefront in Atascadero. Those are actually not allowed, correct?
Correct. Our sign regulations now do not allow motion, do not allow flashing. They do allow internally illuminated signs.
Correct. Right. But I mean, it won't be.
And
like
externally.
the
Yeah, won't be
annoying
flashing, won't be moving.
Okay, got it. Okay, I think for myself, I see, several conditions can be included in here that sounds like the applicant is probably willing to consider, but I want to start on the left and go see what you guys, how you feel about the project, and then any conditions you would like to change or add.
I think the lighting, reevaluating the lighting that affects neighboring properties. I think the hours of operation, as just a business owner and person who frequents car washes, because I like to keep my cars clean, I don't think staffing a car wash after 7 p.m. would even be something they're going to want to do. I don't see around here car washes being utilized. I used to have one of my businesses behind a self-service car wash for 4 years, and nobody, unless it was a hot summer day, you would hardly ever have anybody there a couple hours past dark, especially in the colder months. I don't think it's a hindrance to a business going in there of that size to say 7 p.m. I also think that they're probably going to limit it even further in the winter months to 5, just because of the economics of it, light and manning the booth, as it were. So I think hours of operation for the car wash itself, lighting, reevaluating the noise, maybe in 3 to 9 months. If we're gonna do it, might as well do it sooner. You'll know in 3 months, and if it's a total nuisance to the neighborhood in a month, you're gonna wait 5 more months to find out if anything's gonna happen. So I think maybe 3 to 6 months might be a good one. And I think I've seen the signs because we do go to the Rotary Club every Wednesday there at Spring Hill Suites, and I do go to the Staples all the time, and I'm at Starbucks more than I probably should be. I think just putting sinuses like dead end. I mean, is that not politically correct to put dead end or something huge, like not huge, but very apparent what's going on there? Because I have seen people from the hotel that charge their Tesla and then they bang a left and go across the bridge. And, I've seen that time and time again where I see people leave the hotel, take a left, and I'm just thinking, where are you going, So I think just having signs that are more dummy proof, traveler proof, maybe even people foreign language proof, dead end, or just like symbolism, Um, I think that's important, just better signage. So I think lighting, hours of operation, evaluating the noise in a shorter time frame would satisfy me. I do like the fact that it was clarified that car wash was the third, just because you can ease into it with the Chick-fil-A and see how things are going, and it's not all at once. Especially construction is going to be its own animal with lane closures here and there and equipment and getting the things built. So I do like the graduation of the 1, 2, 3. Those are my recommendations.
Thank you. I will say that Chick-fil-A is not the easing in part, but I completely agree that phasing is a good thing here. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Derez.
Excuse me. Thank you. I think the lighting, well, first of all, I like the project. I'm excited about seeing this happen. It'll be nice to see this area of town developed, and hopefully that will even spark more commerce in that area. So I think this is going to be good for the city. On the lighting issue, I think it is important that light standards that are on a commercial lot not wash onto residential lots. Having the adjacency, it makes it challenging, I'm sure, but it is something that is doable, whether they're lower, deeper shrouds, however it needs to be done. But I think that that's important not to have, especially when they're 24-hour lights, that you're not, that you don't have to put blackout shades on your bedroom windows because the lights are constantly on. So I think that's important, something to consider. Operational hours, I would agree with Councilmember Peak. 9 p.m. seems a little late, especially since it is adjacent to residential areas. If it was somewhere else where the houses weren't right next door, 9 p.m. might be fine. But I don't know that I've ever taken my car to a car wash at 9 o'clock anyway, or 8:30. So I think 7 o'clock is probably a reasonable time for operational hours. The noise, reevaluating that 3 to 6 months, I think is a good idea. The orientation is, I was thinking about this on the orientation of it, it is good that it's relatively, well, it is parallel to the residences behind it. The one direction faces towards probably where the biggest noise source is going to be towards Spring Hill Suites. So they'll be affected by it to some degree. And it's probably far enough away. Well, it might be far enough away that the sound won't reverberate off of that to the residences. Because I know a little bit about sound and how it works, and how you could be surprised how you could be standing in one area and it doesn't seem very loud. You move over, and if there's a building behind it, it vibrates off of that, and all of a sudden it sounds louder. At the other end, it is a tunnel effect. It's going to bounce off of staples, and I just hope that it's not bouncing off and making it louder at the residential area. So I think it's important to definitely revisit that in a reasonable amount of time to see if there's anything we can do if there is a noise issue with that. And then lastly, I didn't realize that people were making that mistake of driving across the bridge thinking it was a quicker way to the freeway. So maybe signage needs to be more clear that that's not the way to go. So not a through street, dead end, however you want to word it. If there requires more than one sign, then let's do it. Let's keep people out of the neighborhood, because people will turn around in private driveways, and we don't want to create that issue with the additional traffic that hopefully Chick-fil-A will be inviting. So let's all play nice in the sandbox and try to keep people out of there. And other than that, I'm looking forward to it. But I think the lighting is important. Lighting, operational hours, and in the noise, I think, is the most important thing. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
I'm pleased that we're going this direction. I want to see us condition the project on that both the existing lighting and the new lighting be shielded. The existing lighting, to the extent it's under the owner's control. And the new lighting be shielded or modified to existing city ordinances and with careful attention to the neighborhood-specific elements there that may not be fully addressed in the city ordinance, but there's got to be some way to keep people from falling off the edge into the railroad tracks without blasting lights into people's bedrooms, windows back behind. So you guys can figure that out. Okay, I also like to see Chick-fil-A open first as a condition, in particular so that you don't have car wash traffic to deal with, while at the same time that you're dealing with the grand opening and getting used to getting all the bugs worked out on that. I'd like to see 3 and 12 months for checking the sound on that. 12 months because we need to go through a full season with the way people use a car wash and the way people enjoy their properties varies by the season. And so there may be things we pick up at 12 months that we might not have picked up right away. So I can do a 3-month if you want, but I also want to see the 12-month. Much as we did, the same kind of conditioning as was done for the human being, which happily passed those markers without any problems, consistent with its sound study. I do want to see that potentially no freeway access as a sign, because that's what people are thinking. I can get onto the highway. And if you say, no, you can't, that also helps. Could you, speaking of traffic, could you pull up how the traffic's going, site plan that will show how the traffic flows out of the car wash and where on the lot it flows? Because they come out of the car wash, or we don't have that, okay. They come out of the car wash at the very back of that property. Okay, yes. So what I want to see, want to make sure that there's no exit to El Camino from the very back of that property right next to the bridge, but the people have to come out further so that the traffic coming over the bridge from those residential areas can be seen. Is that consistent with the plan? Okay, great. Then I'm good with that. And I'm comfortable with shutting the hours of operation off at 7 p.m. I think we could do that for simplicity's sake, for year-round basis, that it has to end at 7 p.m. And it would not surprise me at all if the operators want to end it, earlier in the wintertime. But I don't think we have to go there in the permanent conditions of the property.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. I think staff understands our direction, so I won't talk about my ideas for signage and no left turns or no right turns. So I'll let you guys figure that out. I'm in favor of doing the phasing of the project 1, 2, and 3. I do agree that there should be a noise study. I'll leave it up to staff's discretion on that. Set hours. I think that we should be matching hours to that of existing car washes that already have residential development around it. I think staff wasn't completely sure about the hours, but I'd like to see it closed a little earlier and match what our existing car washes are doing. I'm not concerned with the stacking in the parking lot. I'm mostly concerned about the stop sign at the northbound 101 on ECR. I know that the applicants are going to handle their opening. Their staff is amazing at, handling their load. What I'm more concerned about is the impact to our city, as well as the access for Home Depot and using residential corridors like San Ramon to bypass having to do that stop sign. So if people are choosing not to do ECR to that direction, they're going to go San Ramon. So the more that we can have our traffic stay with the current traffic outline would be great. Other than that, I'm looking forward to Chick-fil-A. Thank you.
Thank you. I had just one quick kind of question that an audience member, Ray, or public member raised, just to reassure them, car washes nowadays have to basically recapture all their water. No water is going to be flowing off site from a car wash, correct? And certainly not down across the railroad tracks.
That's absolutely correct. And not only the car wash, but any new development has to retain 100% of its stormwater on site.
Yeah.
So it has to all go into the ground on the property, which is a little bit different even than when this original center was built. But all these new developments have to do that. So one would assume that offsite flow is going to be enhanced over what's there today.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify that for the public. I agree with the conditions that my colleagues have mentioned. My question to you as staff is that what we've been saying, is it clear enough? Do we need to take a break and have you define language in terms of change conditions so we can come back and do that? Or is it clear enough? And although I did want to say on the noise issue, I agree with Councilmember Peak that, you're going to know pretty quick whether, how this is playing out in people's backyards so that we don't need to wait 6 months. And I also can understand Councilmember Funk's comments that about going through a whole year cycle. But I do not like imposing studies on applicants or business owners for the hell of it. If we're 3 months into this and the neighbors have no complaints, we don't need a noise study. The proof is going to be in the pudding of, if they've got a problem, I'll go sit in their backyard and listen with them. We don't need to do a formal noise study or require one unless there are a lot of complaints. So for me, that's important in the conditioning, is to say, we'll evaluate this after 3 months. And if a study is warranted, then we'll do it. But I don't want to say we'll do a study just for the hell of doing a study. So
Understood. And Mayor, if I may just repeat to you what we heard from you tonight and what we would modify in our conditions of approval. I'm also going to look to our city clerk to see if she wants us to actually read out those conditions of approval. But first, if I may, just go through the items that we heard collectively from council. The first one was on lighting, to retrofit existing lighting with shields on the site, especially the pole lights at the rear of the site, and to ensure that all new lighting installed on the site is properly shielded and in compliance with our night sky ordinance with our existing lighting standards. Second item we heard was limiting the hours of operation of the car wash to 7 p.m. The other item we heard that we want to look into is a noise evaluation for the site, especially the car wash, at a 6-month and a 12-month interval. And that not being a noise consultant, but a staff analysis. Right. Have we heard complaints? Do we have concerns? And that's not something we bring back to council, but it would be staff level.
Yeah, I think you should change that to 3 and 12, but yes.
3 and 12?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 and 12. And the other item we heard was about the signage on the road. And right now we do have 2 signs, one at the 4-way intersection, one at the bridge, that do say not a through road, but it sounds like we want to enhance that with a skull and crossbones. Or we could say no freeway access.
We can leave that to Public Works.
Yes, I think that
what they think is most
Nick and Nick's
effective.
team are the sign experts for roadway signs. If you let me do it, it's going to get crazy. But we'll definitely be advised on that. And then the last thing we heard was about project phasing to ensure that the 2 retail pads come first to accommodate the Chick-fil-A and the other retail pad, and the car wash is a phase 2 or 3.
And yeah, he said hours of operation. And just to be clear, I assume it's already in the conditions, but like Home Depot, we don't want the Chick-fil-A truck coming up at 4 in the morning and delivering chicken, right?
Delivery is correct, yes.
Okay,
And it sounds like
something's in there condition-wise.
our city clerk does want us to.
Well, yeah, I think I do too. I would prefer if we could take a 5-minute break.
Okay,
And
so
put
let's
these
take a
into
break. You guys
let
come
us
up with
write
the
these really
exact
quick.
wording.
We can read them back to you. And I think the developer should be aware of what we've written into the conditions
Right.
as well.
That sounds
So let's
good.
do
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
We'll take a break. It's 8:08. We'll come, you need 7 minutes or 12? 12? Okay, so we will come back at 8:20 and you will read us back the precise language of the changed conditions or added conditions. Thank you. And if you have the time, share them with the applicant before we reconvene. Well, we are waiting for staff to finalize the wording. Otherwise, we are past our start time and we would have already started. Okay, we're ready to come back into session, or come back from a break, I should say. Staff has completed their wording of the additional conditions or changed conditions that council asked for. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dunsmore to read those conditions. I'd like the applicant team to listen very carefully to ensure that you understand and agree to, or I'm sorry, agree, but if you have any concerns, to express those concerns. So Mr. Dunsmore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just go through several of the conditions that we have suggested modifying based on city council comments, and those begin with, in your packet, condition number 1, and that's in the exhibit, the draft resolution exhibit A, which concludes the conditions of approval for the Home Depot and then Chick-fil-A. And condition number 1 would be modified to add the language, construction phasing shall occur so that certificates of occupancy shall be issued in the following order: drive-through restaurant, retail shell, and car wash.
Okay, you read, as you read those, I'm just going to look to my colleagues to make sure none of them waves, jumps up and down, and also to the applicant so we could address each condition as we go. So far, I'm not seeing any consternation. So go ahead.
Okay, next condition would be condition number, hold on, getting to it. Condition number 14, adding a line in condition of 14, it says existing lighting abutting the railroad right-of-way shall be retrofitted for compliance with city lighting standards. Now, we'll say that condition 14 already talks about the shielding required for new lighting. So that's already covered.
Right. But
And
they're adding
then,
existing lighting, and this only pertains to the lighting that they own on the property in question.
correct. And then a modification to condition number 16, and I'll read that condition in its entirety, because that condition says operating hours for the car wash shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Following 6 months of occupancy, and again at 12 months of occupancy, subject to the receipt of any noise complaints regarding the car wash, staff will evaluate that the site operates in compliance with the city's noise ordinance and may recommend additional measures to reduce operational noise as needed.
Yeah, we said 3 and 12 months. Did you say 3 and 12?
I didn't, I said 6, so we'll change that to
Yeah,
3 and 12.
3 and 12. So got it.
Great, so changed. And then the final one was on signage. Let's just find that real quick. And that is under condition number 19. Section H is being added where the city engineer will evaluate the site for the addition of appropriate roadway signs to prevent traffic from entering the residential neighborhood on North Farrow Carril.
Good.
And De Anza, I mean, that's all considered in one residential area, but I believe one of the streets is De Anza as well. I think left is one
Right, but I mean,
street and right's
El
a
Camino
different
dead
street.
ends into Farrow Carril, right?
But De Anza, I think, is to the left, is it not?
Okay, so we can just say residential neighborhood to the north.
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
you. Okay. Is there one more or is it?
I believe that's it.
Okay.
It.
Applicant, you had a comment?
Really quickly, sorry, council. We also just pulled up those conditions on the screen for you to look at as well, so we can follow along a little easier there.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, just a question for you. Could we change certificate of occupancy to building permit? Because things could happen during construction where
True.
the retail shell might be ready before Chick-fil-A is because they're doing full build out. So to occupy that, to do tenant improvements for our multi-tenant pad, if that's possible, but your discretion.
To my untrained ear, that makes sense. Mr. Dunsmore, do you?
So that would read construction phasing shall occur so that construction permits shall be issued in the following order.
Yeah, do you see any issue with changing it to that?
You could.
The only thing is if they didn't follow through with that construction permit and it lapsed and then they went on to the next construction permit, it's a little open-ended.
Right,
So,
it's a little open-ended as opposed, we want to say not just to get the permit, but you just do the building.
yeah.
But
I
could
realize
say-
one might
then
get
again, there should
completed
be, there
before
could
the
be, I
other.
think his concern is, can there be an overlap? I hear his concern because what if you're almost done building, you know, the first phase and you wanted to start the next? This would be very prohibitive. So I'm thinking this as we talk. I understand that concern. So perhaps, it should be that construction phasing shall occur so that, um, buildings are built in the following order. And I just think that we need to be a little more vague about it with the understanding of what our direction might be.
And if I understand the intent, it's that you don't want the car wash to occupy without a Chick-fil-A, right? So we
Maybe
could
we do it
further
that way.
restrict the certificate of occupancy of a car wash to be predicated upon a certificate of occupancy for Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, so you could say, I mean,
That'd work for me. I'm not
permitting
too
it would
fussed
be a-
about whether the retail shell opens at, gets built or opens at the same time as Chick-fil-A. That's not going to drive the traffic. And, and nobody gets too fussed about that.
Okay, I think he's doing the appropriate wording on the screen here. We can just follow. It's of, you're really going to say of the drive-through restaurant,
I
correct?
mean, yeah, it could just be that.
Yeah.
We can change it.
Okay, is that meets your need? And it meets ours, I
It's
think.
still waiting to catch up with me on the screen. I've already erased the items 1 and 2. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, that's fine with us.
Okay, is that council understanding? Okay, good. Okay,
Mhm.
throw a period on the end of that sentence and I think we'll be good. Okay, all right, that's it. Okay, last call. I think we're ready for a motion.
I would move approval of staff's recommendation with the amendments as just displayed on the screen.
Okay,
I'll second.
I think Councilmember Newsom got the second first. So we have a motion by Councilmember Funk, second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, well, no discussion, I assume. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Daris,
Yes.
Mayor Verbo.
Yes.
Motion passes
And
unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you for investing in Atascadero. We appreciate it. Okay. With that, we are ready to move on to management report. H1, zoning code update, continuation of our discussion on mixed use zones and standards. And we're going to go back to Mr. Phil Dunsmore, our community development director for this.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And we're back again at you for a discussion about zoning. And we want to be able to bring you little tidbits as we go through this process. And I hope that it helps us in the long run get there. So tonight, we're not going to be asking you to take an action. Again, we're going to give you some of the material for the zoning to get your feedback. And again, it's preliminary feedback. We're still developing these standards. Tonight, we don't have the benefit of having our consultant. We're going to be giving you a presentation and talking about these updates. We did miss out on the zoning district 3 last time. So tonight's main focus is to get through mixed use zone 3. But we're also going to tell you a little bit about what we heard. And we're also going to get into land uses a little bit. Last time we spoke, you did ask us about, what's the zoning going to be like in these mixed use areas, which are predominantly commercial zones today, by the way. And what are they going to be comprised of? So just a reminder, here we are today with that mixed use 3 and the land use discussion. We have one more kind of elaborate discussion coming up on April 14th, and that's going to be talking about all the land uses citywide. We expect that to be a healthy discussion. And then that's it. These are all the sort of nuts and bolts of zoning. And then when we come back to you again later, it's going to be for the whole comprehensive thing. But then we just hope that these preliminary discussions really help aid and educate all of us about this whole process. Tonight, Kelly is going to provide the presentation to you of the details on all the mixed-use zones and especially on a 3. And then, of course, as we know from last time, we do have a couple of conflicts of interest, so we'll have to bifurcate this out a little bit and ask one or two of you to leave and then go through some details. You want to take it from here, Kelly? Thank Thank you.
Good evening. So just a quick overview, in our general plan, we do have two general plan place types that allow for mixed use, and we've distributed those into some different zoning districts, mixed use 1 through 4. This is our entire new zoning map that we've provided. You can see that our mixed use are kind of the pink purple zones, and you can see how they kind of fit into the big picture with a lot of those areas located along Morro Road and El Camino Real. This is the map that just highlights the mixed use designations. Some of them are a little hard to see, but you can see where those zones are distributed throughout the city. This just is to provide a little bit of background information. So our mixed use zones overlay a few different existing zoning types. So when we talk about what uses might be appropriate or what uses exist today, there's not one zoning district that correlates perfect with that. Our new mixed use zones overlap onto our existing commercial retail zone, our existing commercial neighborhood zones, commercial tourist, commercial professional, commercial park, public, single family residential, and residential suburban. So we've got quite a few zoning districts where the mixed use will lay in the future. Just an overview of our previous discussion. For mixed use zone 1, which was our zone that flanks El Camino Real with our smaller lots and some with topography. We heard that we'd like to allow for 100% residential with that level of flexibility. Our zoning mixed use, our use table has that with an administrative use permit and some specific findings to ensure that those are not commercially viable sites. Again, a wide range of uses in each zone so that we're not limiting anything too far and we can let the market drive certain locations. In that discussion, the San Jacinto Center was particularly pulled out of mixed use 1 and put into the mixed use zoning district that allows for only vertical mixed use, as that is kind of a commercial center on a key corner within the city. For mixed use zone 2, which is up in the Ramona Road area, we heard that we'd like to provide allowances for some existing uses such as the kennel, which is Woods Humane Society, and the religious assembly uses that are currently up there. We also heard maybe requiring a greater setback with our development standards, especially for the upper floors to transition to adjacent single family neighborhoods. So we will be writing those into our development standards for that zoning district. For mixed use 4, which is our vertical mixed use zone, which is in key locations over some existing shopping centers, the Food for Less Center, the new Marketplace Center, and locations such as that. We also heard we wanted to allow for a variety of uses so they weren't stifling any future economic growth in those areas, but that we did also want to ensure compatibility with residential uses in terms of uses that generate noise or odors or things of that nature. So as an overview why we would look at certain uses in certain zones, I know that we provided a draft mixed use table for you this evening to look at. We are looking for compatibility between residential and commercial uses. So I think what we see on the image is definitely what we don't want, but there's a lot of things in between that we do want. Uses that are generally not compatible in a mixed use zone might be towing services, high-intensity manufacturing uses, warehousing, contract construction services, veterinarian uses because they tend to have kenneling of animals overnight, and some of those are 24-hour facilities. Some uses might be compatible, and those might have use permits associated with them, either at a staff level or at a planning commission level, and some of those might just be applied to certain zones in the mixed-use designations. So those might include kennels, sales lots, certain forms of assembly uses, especially outdoor recreation areas. Drive-throughs might be limited in mixed-use zones, although we do have Morro Road that we're looking at. And so we might want to have some additional allowances broken out by zoning district. Retail stores with large outdoor components might not be appropriate, but might be in certain locations. Same with tattoo and piercing services and minor vehicle service and repair. So we're going to dive into mixed use 3 at this point in time.
So mixed use 3 is where we have a recusal. Or should we ask, actually, we should go through. We should go through any council questions or comments on 1 and 4 first, correct? Yeah. So do council members have comments, questions or comments regarding MU1 and MU4? Go ahead, Councilmember Newsom.
I just have tables that are listed in the presentation. So do you want to come back to the tables?
No, I have questions on the table as well, and I think as long as, in your particular case, what is it, MU3? So, so yeah, if your comments pertain to 1, 2, or 4, go ahead.
Okay.
1 or 4 right now, 1 or 4, correct.
Okay. So on page 125, we start using the mixed-use districts allowed land uses and entitlement requirements. I had some questions, like on here, it doesn't list anything for MU1 or 4 for animal care services veterinarian, but we have a handful on ACR. How does that fit in?
I believe we looked at some of the veterinarian services last time, and the particular one by the intersection of El Camino and Santa Rosa is not within the mixed use overlays or mixed use designation.
What about the one that's on just past Del Rio?
They're on the west side of the freeway, though. That and the vet
Is that
hospital.
not a
they're
mixed
on-
use either?
I mean, they're on the west side of El Camino, so they're not
No,
part of
it is
this.
not.
Do we have a map of the mixed use zones? 1 and 4. I didn't see them in the, oh, maybe. I think that's the hard part is trying to logistically figure out what we see in our mind as being in a mixed use zone and then looking at the map and going, wait a minute, it's not. Okay. So that answers my question on that. And then drive-through sales and services, it says administrative use permit. And in a special regulation says drive-through sales and services limited to retail, pharmacy, financial services, and banks in mixed-use zones. But isn't ECR between San Anselmo and Del Rio 1 and 4? I guess my question is where do we address not having drive-throughs allowed in that corridor from San Anselmo to Del Rio? Nothing in there says that there is a moratorium on that, or how do we read that limitation?
So that is more based on our council resolution because the zoning districts are not going to line up perfectly with the locations that we want to limit and revisit traffic analysis for drive-through restaurants. So those are going to span multiple zoning districts as we move forward. Some will be commercial. It might bleed into some mixed use. And so that's still going to be regulated through council policy.
So council policy is not as a whole reflected on here. Council policy is on top of these allowable uses.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
In that case, though, it also states that drive-through sales and services are limited to pharmacy and banks in the mixed-use areas, correct?
Correct, except for a portion of Morrow Road is what we're proposing opens up farther.
But we'll hold that
Okay.
shortly. And then contract construction services outdoor, there's nothing listed for an AUP or a CUP, but don't we have construction services outdoor on ECR as well? Or is that not considered in lumber company? Is that not in a mixed use area either?
For minors, or are you thinking of
No,
another one?
the outdoor fence factory.
Fence factory, I don't believe is in our proposed mixed use zones. That would be in our innovation flex.
Innovation flex, thank you. And I think the contract construction is under industrial, is it not? Is that what we put it in earlier?
Where it's also allowed, yes.
Okay. That's hard to look at these. That's all my questions,
Thank you. I actually was going to jump in here because I looked at this chart and I was surprised how very few differences there are between the 1, 2, 3, and 4. But specifically, I wanted to ask, since we're talking about 1 and 4, um, is adult-oriented business shows it as an allowable use in one. I thought when the city kind of bought out Diamond Adult World and put it where it is now, that was like a special zone for it or something. And I don't have super heartburn about it or anything, but to see it there just as an allowed use, not a conditionally allowed use or anything, just kind of surprised me. Is there a specific thought process behind that?
The short answer is yes. There's a specific thought process in that the city was involved in significant litigation for years involving the property across from the Carlton and getting that moved to where it is now. Putting conditional use permit requirements on what is otherwise known as First Amendment protected activity can run into some concerns if that conditional use permit process is used to prevent that type of conduct going on. So that's why there's an allowable use there. One of the things that we did during the meeting is try to get the copy of the settlement agreement with Diamond Adult World to see what was in there. And it does talk about where the permissible uses of the business can be. It says it can continue to operate so long as it's in a legally permissible zone.
Right, understand that. I mean, obviously, cities have to allow this somewhere. They have to totally understand that and accept that. Just by it being allowed, this would essentially say it's allowed anywhere in the MU1 zone. And so you, not that you would have a proliferation of them, but it kind of implies that you could.
There are also additional operational requirements that are currently in the zoning code with radius requirements. So they can't be within 1,000 feet of a school, park, a number of other type of properties. So there are other restrictions that are currently in the zoning code that would address that.
Got it. Thank you. And then on page 126, there's data and computer services centers not allowed in any of the zones, 1 through 4. What's the, if I might ask, that sounds like something we would desire potentially. Are those bigger than I'm thinking and therefore not appropriate to these places, or why is they not considered
Yes,
allowed?
that's not a small scale operation.
Okay,
Those are very
got it.
large, like server farms.
Got it. Okay, understand. And then emergency shelters, specifically mentioning low barrier navigation centers as allowed in all of the zones as an allowable use. Again, I thought when ECHO was put into place, there was like a PD overlay or some sort of special zone, if you will, created for that purpose. This would imply that that would be allowed throughout these mixed-use zones as a matter of right.
ECHO falls under slightly different definition. This definition is very specific and regulated by state law and is required to be allowed everywhere residential or everywhere commercial is allowed.
Okay, good answer. Thank you very much. And I think that's all my questions, so I'll continue on from my right with Councilmember Funk.
Following up on the mayor's questions with regard to the adult-oriented business, would it also be an option for staff to discuss with the owner of the existing business if they would prefer to remain in, because that's adjacent, that property is adjacent to commercial zoning, if it would be more suitable for them to simply remain in the commercial zoning, so that we would not have to then require adult-oriented business as an allowed use in mixed-use zoning, but allow it for it in the zoning that where it currently exists.
The short answer is yes. There could be those conversations. The settlement agreement does specifically state which zones adult-oriented businesses, specifically Diamond Adult World, can be in. As long as it was not perceived as either an infringement on the operation or the ability to operate, I don't know that that would necessarily be a problem to do. So that's something we could certainly look at.
I would certainly be more comfortable with having that option explored without having to simply make this an allowed use in the MU1 zoning, given that MU1 zoning is pretty expansive. So it's, if it can be done without disrupting legal settlements, it's worth exploring, in my view. Okay, and Councilmember Newsom took care of my question on the drive-throughs. What is um, for the Morrow Road, that's in MU3 that we're not talking about right now? Okay, I'll come back to that. Um, With regard to fitness facilities, is one of the things that we've seen that is there a difference between, your typical yoga or Pilates studio, which is the vast bulk of that, of small fitness facilities, which are great tenants and great neighborhood serving businesses. And then we've also seen the impact on nearby neighbors of a fitness center then opening that is a more oriented toward big weights and 24-hour operation, so that you have neighbors suddenly finding themselves listening to thudding weights at 3 in the morning and blasting rock music all night. Do we have ways, can staff suggest the ways that that might be managed without necessarily having to require everybody that wants to open a yoga studio from having to get some kind of permit?
We can develop very particular performance standards as part of our special use section in the code that addresses certain things like noise and hours of operation that would not prohibit something that is more quiet.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's a time and place for pumping the weights and, but maybe not necessarily right underneath grandma's bedroom. Okay, let me see. One thing there. Okay, if I have an additional question that pertains to, the tattoo and piercing services, which are AUP uses in 1 and 4, is there any reason that couldn't be just allowed? I mean, it's, this day and age, the people that are getting to tattoos are our adult children. So,
That is at the discretion of council. I know you haven't seen our commercial land use tables yet. There are some commercial designations where it is allowed outright, but you could also modify them in mixed use zones.
yeah, I think it becomes a neighborhood surfing business in this day and age. And is there any reason to treat medical services, extended care differently from assisted living facilities?
Again, that is at the discretion of council as well. Those facilities do tend to be more institutional and commercial in nature, rather than a facility where there's just care provided. These are full medical facilities that have different building code and fire code requirements, and they do tend to have a somewhat greater impact potentially, depending on their size.
Okay, but they do include that, am I correct in understanding that category does also include like board and care homes, which is something that seems like you might find it in a mixed use zone?
I can find the definition real quick for you.
Okay. And while you're looking on that one, let me ask one other question, maybe that Phil can answer. If I want to make sure I'm understanding recycling facility, small collection correctly, that can include like a vending machine for cans or something, or
A
some kind of
small
drop
kiosk.
off for your batteries, or that if
Yeah.
somebody develops that.
That doesn't have to be a commercial scale distribution or collection center, but those are the things you see at the front of or inside of a grocery store, for example.
Okay, yeah, those bins in front of Vons. Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Anything back, let me circle back on the extended care medical then.
Yeah, the definition does include board and care homes, but it is specific that it is for medical treatment only. So if there's any facilities that do not offer medical treatment, that is considered assisted living.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Daris.
Thank you. Question I have, I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, obviously. I did watch the council meeting this afternoon. Thank you all for all the great questions. It did help me to get somewhat caught up. The question I have is on the lodging for bed and breakfast. Are any of these zones, M1 through 4, do they allow for single-family residences in any of these? Like it's just a standalone, single-family residential house?
Not necessarily. These are designed to have sort of that multifamily type development in them. Um, Some of these zones have single-family houses in them that can remain. And in fact, our non-conforming standards, the way they're written on those are pretty flexible, so those can stay. But they're not designed to develop a new single-family residential neighborhood.
So if there was a single-family residence in one of these zones that's non-conforming, that is just a family living in the house, just a regular house, they would not be able to, because they're non-conforming, they would not be able to change, well, I guess under this. they
No,
could-
there is some allowance to expand. Under our existing code, they can do some expansion, they can do some reconstruction. So it's quite flexible under our non-conforming standard. It's not like a non-conforming commercial land use. Non-conforming residential has a little bit more flexibility. So they can stay, but that's how it is today. All these zones that we're talking about today are commercial districts along major arterial roads such as Moore Road and El Camino. And so those existing single-family homes that are there are in commercial zones. They're not in a residential
I
zone.
understand that.
So
So I'm just wondering.
This doesn't change their conforming status.
No, I understand that. So so this bed and breakfast option that's in this new zone that or 4 zones that we're introducing here, it doesn't sound like any new construction would be able to accommodate a bed and breakfast.
Oh, no, it could. If someone wanted to build a bed and breakfast, for example, that
You-
looks like a great big house,
Oh,
but
you
is truly a bed and breakfast, they can do that. For example, they
Oh.
wanted, or if they had an existing colony house, they wanted to convert it into a bed and breakfast, they can do that. That's a commercial land use.
Okay, so bed and breakfast
Absolutely.
isn't, okay.
Yeah, that's not a home.
Okay, that's how.
That's
how I
short-term
was
rental.
thinking.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Is bed and breakfast also an outright allowable use in another zone? It's not just going to be in M1 through 4.
No, it's in many, many different zoning districts. That's not even allowed in a residential zoning district with a use permit.
Okay.
So,
And then I had, the other question was the same thing on the extended care versus the assisted living. So I wasn't sure what the difference was from one to the other and why one was a CUP and the other was outright allowed. But I think
and they're designed differently. They have different building and fire code standards based on them, and one's designed more like an apartment building, and the other one is designed more like a hospital. And
Okay.
I think we looked up some of those definitions a bit ago.
Okay.
but-
I'm going to go back up a little bit here to the adult-oriented businesses that we've talked about already. What other zones are they outright allowed to be in?
We'll
And,
have to take a look
and then I
at
guess
the
further up to my question
the
is,
list and see.
why does it have to be included in this if there's an outright allowable?
I think in the
in other zones?
proposed list, it's commercial and commercial service and industrial. And that's the proposed list.
So they are there isn't an allowable use in other zones currently? Because what I'm getting at is
Yes.
if there are zones where they're outright allowed to have that sort of business, why do we need to include it in one of these 4?
You don't have to. I think our city attorney did advise us that we have to be careful about not limiting them too much, but I think we don't have to allow them in a mixed use zone if they're allowed in other locations in the city.
I think it would be kind of awkward to have this in a commercial space downstairs and residences above. I just think that this is not the appropriate, any of these zones for a business like that.
And the reason that was done is to accommodate one current business that's on El Camino Real, just south of the Vaughn Shopping Center. That is part of the proposed mixed-use zone 1. That's why that's there. We'll get in trouble if we disallow that existing one because of the lawsuit history on that one. But we could
what's the
shift the
zones
line
that-
over and leave them out of the mixed-use District 1. It's only one property. So
What
if we
zone-
did that boundary, that's a suggestion you could make.
Yeah. what zone is it currently right now?
It's right now it's in a commercial retail zone.
So if that commercial retail zone changed to MU1, then they would essentially be just a non-conforming use and they can stay as long as they want.
There's legal implications to doing that. I think we'd be safer by just moving the MU1 boundary south one property and leaving them out of the MU1 boundary and leaving them in the commercial retail boundary. That way you don't potentially infect
Okay.
the rest of the MU1 zone.
I think
All
that-
right. No, I
that's-
understand.
That seems to be an easy solution to the
Yeah.
discussion.
And then the last one, also on the recycling, what other zones do we have for recycling centers to be in outright? And I guess the way you describe it as being sort of not really a big deal because of the type of recycling you're talking about.
Well, there's a couple different things. There's a recycling center, which you don't want with mixed use. And then there's a recycling kiosk where you're in a little, you might have a mom and pop store and out front they have something the size of a garbage can.
Okay.
So
I hope.
So the small ones that I just mentioned are allowed in all these zones. The large one only allowed in the mixed use zone, or actually only in industrial zone. So that's an industrial land use. That's a big outdoor storage site.
So how do you regulate the amount of stuff that they would be collecting? I mean, I guess you could say how much you can fit in your space, but.
Oh, in the small one, yeah, we have development standards on the size of what it can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Peak.
Clarifying question, then I have 7 zoning districts that I'll briefly comment on. So adult-oriented business is basically in a Diamond Adult World business. That doesn't, is there anything other than that type of business that fits in that category?
There are specific definitions in the municipal code as to what constitutes an adult-oriented business. I can't tell you exactly what they are, but Diamond Adult World is obviously one of those. There may be some other types of businesses that would
A
qualify.
cigar lounge.
No, you're talking about adult-oriented, you're talking about specific anatomical features being featured as part of the product line.
Okay.
So a cigar lounge, not that.
I'm just clarifying that we have a district for basically one store. Just being clear.
To be clear on that, though, if somebody wanted to open a strip club in Atascadero, is there a place that's allowed? Or does there have
That's
to
what
be
I'm
a
getting
place
at.
where that's allowed?
Is there a location?
No, I'm saying, is that something would have to allow?
If we incorporate this into MU1 without being glib about it, then all of MU1, would we have to conditionally say, okay, there can be another Diamond Adult World now because now it's allowed in MU1. Now we don't have as much of a pull to say, no, there can't be a strip club. No, there can't be no one's gonna have a movie theater anymore, but there's like things like that where I'm just wondering if this is basically a zoning district for one business in town.
No, we're going to take him out of MU1, and leave him in commercial retail.
Okay. That won't affect other businesses is what I'm trying to get at. There's not other businesses that fall in
No,
classification.
adult-oriented businesses, there are specific definitions in there. There's adult live entertainment, adult modeling studio, motion picture theaters. There are very specific definitions of each of those.
Okay. So we have one business. Okay. So moving on, assembly religious facility conditional use permit. I'm generally in favor of a church can be wherever it wants to be, no matter what church it is. So I kind of think it should just be allowed. And I think it's more economical to have it in a small commercial building versus a large church facility sometimes for some congregations. So maybe that just something I thought about the other day when I was reading this. And then the building materials and hardware sales with outdoor sales or storage area less than 10,000 square feet. I'm assuming that's something like a Sherwin-Williams paint store or something like that can fit under 10,000 square feet. They would still need a loading dock. I don't foresee a building materials, hardware sales with outdoor sales less than 10,000 square feet. And we don't have one now in those areas either. So just kind of curious if that's kind of what that would be. you would still need a loading dock, 18-wheeler for anything, a store like that. Number 3 is commercial kitchen. I'm assuming supporting cottage industry businesses, or if you had a muffin company and you baked your muffins there 3 days a week, something like that. I don't see a difference between that and contract construction services indoor. If you're a manufacturer of some cool wine barrel furniture and you're just have a little showroom in the front and hammer them together in the back, that one's kind of interesting to me. I understand the outdoor one because, and I know probably there's a delineation between trying to have things innovation flex versus indoor construction services. But I see like makers in a cool little mixed use thing relatively downtown could be a benefit, but I'm not gonna.
And I wanted to clarify that that is considered our artisan manufacturing use when you are making something and have a retail component. So contract construction services would be electricians or
Making
contractors
gates
or
and then shipping
or
them away.
plumbers that meet there in the morning and gather their supplies and.
Okay, I won't die on that hill. Skip the fitness facility. Mortuary services is an odd one to be allowed in mixed use with, but no crematory. I think that's just an interesting one. And then sales lot. So this kind of goes to, I think, the vein that Councilwoman Newsom was going for. We do have a sales lot in a mixed use zone. It's the trailer dealer down by Mr. Oslin's old business. The trailer, they used to be a used car deal. I bought a couple of used trucks there for my business, and now it sells dump trailers and cargo trailers. That is a sales lot. And from my understanding, that's not MU3. So what happens if that business, I mean, that's the only sales lot in any of these MUs.
Yes, that
Yeah.
that is kind of a vehicle sales lot or
Well, it is.
auto
kind of.
sales. Yeah.
There's VIN numbers being distributed from that lot. So, but that's not, a car lot would have to be an acre, right? Or more.
Yes. So the vehicle sales or boat sales has to be at least an acre.
So trailer sales are, I hope I'm not whistleblowing on this business, but everybody drives by them every day.
Well, they're pre-existing. They've been there for a long time.
But it used to be a car dealership and now it sells
Exactly.
trailers.
So I think that
Same business.
conformity transferred over.
Okay. Now, is that going to be a problem if they want to somehow expand their operation to the lot next door? Or are they not going to be able to do that? Or
It
I don't think
depends how we manage this list. And it's a pretty small property right now. I don't think that's going to be a significant hurdle for them. I think if they wanted to expand, they'd probably want to move out of that location because it's just not that conducive to.
Sure, but if
access.
they moved out of there, someone might find it interesting to sell used cars there again.
Sure,
You know,
they could.
They could. So sales lot, does that not incorporate anything else that we currently sell on MU, any of the mixed uses? We don't have,
For example, 777 site is considered a sales lot.
what about selling, lawnmowers and golf carts and whatnot at Glenn's?
That's kind of a retail and rental business.
So what's the sales lot, Phil?
What is a sales lot?
Yeah.
A sales lot is, for example, outdoor items for sale. It could be any items that are for sale. Might be landscape products.
Okay.
Anything that's outdoor.
I'm okay with being confused, but I'm
Sorry.
noting that I'm confused.
It
Okay.
is defined legally on page 141. There is their legal definition for it.
Yeah, so there it is right here. I'm looking at it right now. It's permanent establishment for the outdoor sales of items, new or used. Not including sales lots that are vehicle sales. So it doesn't, that's it. Could be anything.
Okay. Golf carts have VIN numbers.
Golf carts. Widgets. Oh, and back to the mortuary, we've hit those in the mixed use because they're just a quiet land use. They don't have any disturbing tenants.
But as Mayor Pro Tem Dara has pointed out, with the adult-oriented business, you probably wouldn't want to live above a mortuary. It would be quiet, I guess.
Maybe not, but we do have an existing one in the mixed use one zone.
Okay. So just to follow up just on one more thing is the commercial kitchen one, the thought that escaped me was mixed use generally now, they can have a cafe in a mixed use. You can have something cooking a burger on a grill. If, you know, there can be cooking smells. So a commercial kitchen wouldn't necessarily be a deviation from that.
Not at all. Look at downtown and what we have going on. I mean, restaurants are great uses to have with a mixed use project. And keep in mind too, a lot of these sites might not develop as a vertical mixed use. Some might develop with some residential nearby behind a commercial use alongside it. Some of these sites may remain commercial 100% forever. That this zoning, the intent here is to allow flexibility. The intent when we went through this list is to accommodate as much of the good existing things that we have in the community by adding another layer of allowed uses for residential and kind of combining that without being restrictive. So thinking in a more general term, all we've done, and the reason we created this slide here was pull out the uses that are probably the most, contrasting with residential. But the rest, I think they can be conditioned into a project and be quite compatible, especially given their offsetting hours of use.
Okay, that concludes our council questions regarding MU1 and MU4. Since we only have one member of the public and we're going to bifurcate this for council members, I'm going to allow public comment on, MU1, MU4, and then 2 and 3.
All right, I have questions on this. With us going from commercial zones into mixed use, does that have an effect on ABC hours in residential? Because I know in the entertainment zone, you can do what you want now, but outside, I believe if you have housing, you would have to shut down your alcohol sales in a restaurant or other after 10 p.m. That one. The next one would be yeah, that's the big one on commercial zone. And then when you were bringing up drive-through, I kind of got confused. The drive-through, are you talking just in the El Camino at Morrow Road, or were you talking all of Morrow Road? And that's a concern if we are. Lastly, to gymnasiums or workout facilities that play good rock and roll. If Councilwoman Funk would like to go to Megadeth with me, I'm more than happy to take her to the fair.
Okay, thank you. To be clear, the only reference to drive-through here is as an AUP in all 4 areas, correct? And it's only, and with the comment that it's only for pharmacy and banking, correct?
And there was a proposed caveat that drive-through restaurants would be allowed on Morrow Road, potentially only between Atascadero Avenue and El Camino Real, but that's at the council's discretion as well.
Okay, and that would be under MU
3.
so
We
we'll
can
hold
discuss
that
that.
thought anyway. Okay, we're bringing it back to council. We've made some comments, some of which you guys whatever we comment on, you're going to flesh it out and bring it back at a subsequent meeting. There's just, kind of giving generic guidance. Is there anything else? Do you have some clear direction from us? You need clarification that we agree on or have consensus on something? And does any member of the council want to add anything?
Can we get, so I have some performance standards for gyms related to noise and hours. We're going to move the mixed use 1 boundary for our adult oriented business. And then I think maybe Councilmember Funk mentioned that tattoo and piercing should just be allowed. And I didn't know if we had
Well, I would ask this question. I mean, I have a strong personal distaste for tattoos, but a lot of people like them, want them, and if they want to get them, I want them to get them in Atascadero. But there was a history of this. In fact, it was only a few years ago that Paso even began to allow tattoo parlors. Was there, was there a time when there was particular concern on the part of planning staff about these establishments? What was the and what was your rationale for saying AUP? I mean, I'm an old man, but, you know, I guess, you know, I'm willing to go with the times, despite my personal thoughts. But I wanted, before we do that, I want to know what your thought process was for limiting it to an AUP.
Basically just transitioning away from what used to be listed as a restricted land use. And I think we're wanting to be much more flexible. And so I don't think staff has necessarily a concern about them being an allowed use. I think we wanted to softly transition forward because this land use has changed dramatically in the last 30 years and the social acceptance of it. And so I think it's purely at council's discretion whether you want to have it a conditional use, an allowed use, or not allowed in certain zones. But by today's standards, I think most downtowns, most cities are allowing them in a lot more locations.
And this strictly, you know, this just applies to MU 1 through 4, not downtown or per se, or.
That's absolutely correct. This is talking only about MU 1 through 4 tonight. When we come back with the larger land use list, we're going to be talking about other zones where we do propose a tattoo art studio to be an allowed land use, such as the commercial service zone and a couple other zones, not downtown yet.
Okay. Does anybody, you know, other than Councilmember Funk, because you already, any others of you have a comment on this? Okay, I understand, but I mean on this specifically, yeah.
The only comment I had is that, you know, the market will dictate how many tattoo parlors can exist in the city. My neighbor at one of my businesses in the Kennedy, there's Cherry Blossom Tattoos in the Kennedy Shopping Center. And it's kind of nice having that business because when everybody else is closed, at least they have patrons. So it's a little bit more security for them. I don't know. We don't have any problem with Cherry Blossom being our neighbor. And they're one of 2 or 3 in the whole city. So, and we have White Moth or whatever it's called now by the police station. I don't know. That's in mixed use 1.
Right. Right.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, I don't have any problem with tattoo parlors. I don't understand the aversion to it. I don't have any ink, so I don't care. I don't care whether, I don't really understand what the issue is, why it's such a specific thing.
Okay, so everybody, Councilmember Newsom, everybody,
I think I'm the only one on here with ink. Anyways, a lot to be said on this council dynamics. That is not a, can I even comment if I have ink? No, I'm just kidding. I don't have any changes to this.
okay. All right. So, but I mean, are you okay with changing the AUP to an A on MU at least 1 and 4? Okay. All right. So I think we're good did you have any other questions of us before we move on from 1, or do you guys have any further comments on 1 and 4?
I do. On the adult-oriented business, okay, you said you were moving the zone, so there's not a conflict with the current business, so they're not going to be in MU1. But are we removing the allowed use in MU1? For that?
Yes, we would be.
Because you didn't mention that when you were going through your list of things. I just wanted to make sure that allowed use in MU1 is not going to be there. It's going to be dashes all the way across. So, all right, thank you.
Correct.
And I wanted to respond to Councilmember Peak's comment about removing the CUP usage for churches in this. I think that, I mean, I want to make sure that we allow for churches. Was working on that last time. I do think that there's value in having CUPs where, churches, we're navigating the way church uses engage with residential neighbors. So I would, I've heard residential complaints with regard to outdoor services and amplified outdoor services and various things at different churches. And it's just, I think that the CUP is not an unworkable thing to do to get a good neighborly fit.
Okay, I kind of concur with that comment. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. Okay. Okay, staff, any other questions of us before we move beyond 1 and 4?
Nope.
Okay, so with that, we will go to 2, and 2 is where Councilmember Peak is going to recuse himself.
I am recused.
Okay. Okay. And you do have the opportunity to speak as a member of the public if you desire. Okay, so let's move on to the discussion of MU2.
And up on your screen are just key kind of uses that we pulled out, but you can obviously talk about anything on the table.
Just a sec to look at that again. I did not have any questions on MU2 itself. Mayor Protem, there is no questions.
Could you
Councilmember
put the
Newsom, no
map up
question.
to remind us where MU2 is? Like, it's in here somewhere, but
Yeah, you could show.
It's in
yeah,
here somewhere. Just give us a minute.
oh, MU2 is the, what used to be public up there.
Correct. It's the Ramona Road area.
Okay, thank you.
That's why.
Right, okay. No, I think how, where we came out on that is fine. We allowed for the existing church and animal care usages. Um, and it's kind of its own little distinct animal, but I think it works.
Okay, so I see nothing regarding MU2. And your staff, you have no specific questions for us on this item? Okay, so with that, we are ready to begin discussing MU3, and I believe we have another recusal.
I have a recusal. Do I have to return after this?
Well, we have the other item on the agenda, so that's up to you, but we do have the hazard plan. And we will take a very short break to allow you time to return, and you and Councilmember Peak are welcome to come and speak on MU3 if you so desire. Okay, let's see the staff discussion for MU3, please.
Thank you. So just as an overview, mixed use 3 is kind of divided into 2 areas in the city. There is the area kind of at San Anselmo area. So the San Paulo Road area where there's existing hotels and a couple commercial uses. And then there's the area on San Anselmo West that has 777 auction and a couple underutilized and vacant parcels at the moment. Again, just to show you what the existing zoning looks like, there's some commercial tourist zoning that is currently at the San Paulo Road site, and then commercial retail that's at the 777 site and does incorporate the existing residences that are there today. So this is just an overview of what's there today, a couple vacant parcels, some commercial uses and residential.
Is the 777 parcel just the commercial sort of reddish color?
That is what they're using. I believe they are also using a portion of the adjacent residential parcel today.
The first residential that must have a house on it for you to consider it existing residential?
Correct, yeah. I think some of those houses are in a state of disrepair, but they're there still.
Okay, got it.
And just to
go ahead, finish.
Okay, just to orient ourselves, this is the San Paulo area site where a pain management specialist is, and then there's some hotel uses surrounding. And this is the 777 site, so you can kind of see their boundary there. And they do, I believe, use this residential parcel on occasion. The second portion of the city where mixed-use 3 zoning is proposed is the Morrow Road corridor. This is the existing zoning today. It's probably one of our most chopped up zoned areas. We have some commercial neighborhood, commercial professional, commercial retail, public and commercial tourist zoning on mixed use currently, on Morrow Road currently.
Library.
And then these are our existing use patterns. So you can see there are some commercial uses. There's some public uses where the school district owns a particular piece of property. There's quite a few vacant properties and then quite a few that are already developed with residential properties and multifamily properties mixed in. So just to orient ourselves a little, this is just kind of a overview of Morrow Road and the types of properties that we see. Some vacant properties. There's an existing residence that may or may not be used as a residence next to a commercial development. This is one of the newer developments there, which is Moresco Plaza. And this is some existing multifamily development. Looks like maybe 70s, maybe 80s. So the vision for the mixed use 3 area is kind of a horizontal mixed use model, which might have commercial fronting the primary street and then residential units in back. The unique thing about the Morrow Road corridor versus the other areas is that some of Morrow Road parcels do back up onto residential streets as well. So it kind of creates a transition to those single family neighborhoods surrounding Morrow Road. We already have some projects that we believe fit with the vision for Morrow Road. While this is purely commercial, there could definitely be residential component behind here in a future development, or some of the second floor areas could be residential as well. This is another development that was done quite some time ago as a mixed-use, horizontal mixed-use development. I believe the Saline and Tribal offices were in this building. And then if you go to the rear of the site, there are some residential townhomes. So this is kind of an example of that horizontal 50-50 split type development pattern. Access for the residential is off of Amapoa, and then access for the commercial is off Morrow Road.
Before you leave that picture, the commercial on Morrow Road, is that second floor commercial or residential?
The second floor was planned as mostly offices, but you can see on the site plan where it says Unit 1, that one was intended to be a residential unit.
Okay, thank you.
This is another example of some buildings that activate the street frontage, like we see with Moresco Plaza, and have some commercial uses on the ground floor, residential above. And this is a similar type building that has kind of more of an office feel to it. This is a project on Broad Street in San Luis Obispo that has some smaller scale commercial uses up front, and then a residential focused project behind. So some of our proposed standards for the mixed use 3 zoning district, again, density at 36 units per acre, which is standard amongst most of our multifamily and mixed use areas. The height 35 feet, which is how it exists today. And again, we do have that allowance for an additional 10 feet for architectural features to allow roof lines and differences in form. For the setbacks, what's currently proposed is a maximum setback of 15 feet. So that would push buildings towards the Morrow Road or primary street frontage to kind of activate the street, which would mean parking in the middle of the site or towards the rear, depending on their layout, with some parking potentially off to an aside kind of configuration. And then along any residential street, it would be a 12-foot minimum to allow buildings to come a little closer to the street and match adjacent residential zoning districts. Again, on that double-loaded secondary front street would have that 12-foot setback as well to accommodate matching the existing zoning districts around it. Side and rear setbacks are similar to commercial zoning districts where there's none technically required. Currently along Morrow Road, there is a planned development number 3 overlay that does acknowledge that they are transitioned to a residential area. And so they do have a 10-foot setback if you are adjacent to residential uses. And again, our floor to ceiling ground floor height would be 14 feet, which would accommodate a variety of commercial uses, but not be that ginormous space like we would have in our more intense commercial areas. I think we already kind of talked about uses, and we can talk about uses more when we get to the use table. But in general, again, this is a variety of uses that could be located here. We could also build in some commercial requirements. So we could say that along the primary street frontage, whatever building is there, we want 100% of that building to have ground floor commercial space so that they don't take up space with a residential lobby or elevator shafts or things like that. We could also say that commercial needs to be a minimum of 35 feet deep in order to be a viable commercial space. So a lot of times our tenant spaces need to have a certain depth or width in order to be rentable and viable, and 35 feet seems to be an appropriate depth for those. We could also adopt standards that have a minimum commercial building frontage. So instead of just having one building that meets the minimum setback and then a sea of parking, we could say, we want a majority of the street frontage to have buildings against it, similar to Moresco Plaza. For use considerations in the zoning district, we know we want to incentivize offices here and kind of creating sort of a medical and office center for the city. Currently, our parking standards disincentivize medical offices a little bit. They sometimes do have a higher parking need, but sometimes they don't. And right now, our parking standards are kind of blanket across all of those medical uses. And so you can see it's 1 space per 200 square feet of floor area for medical offices versus other offices that are at 1 per 500. And so this standard generally leads to a need for larger parking areas, and we might consider adjusting that standard if we're trying to incentivize medical offices and movement towards that for Morrow Road. This is an example of a recent project that was approved in entitlement and is coming in for construction documents soon. So this is the parcel between Moresco Plaza and the Brickyard. It's a vacant parcel currently. And so they did do full commercial along Morrow Road, and you can see that the depth of their tenant spaces range from 36 feet to 50 feet. So the standard of 35 feet seems to be easily accommodated for these types of developments. We also see a majority of their street frontage with buildings. They were able to do this because they are shared access with Moresco Plaza, and they have an egress onto the residential street behind them. So we wouldn't necessarily want to say you always have to do this. We do want to allow for driveways, but this is a development that takes up most of their primary street frontage with building and activates the Morrow Road corridor. And then as promised, we're back to uses. So this is the same table as we saw for the other ones with some key uses pulled out, but you do have the full use list attached to your staff report this evening. And so with that, we're going to open it up to discussion. We did have a couple key questions as we did for our other zones before, and then we can also dive into some of the nuances of use.
Okay, so do you want us to go through these things, or just first we'll ask questions, I think? And we'll allow, we are going to allow public input on this. So first of all, any questions for staff or Pro Tem Dares?
I have one quick question. You had shown the graphic or listed the information of a 14-foot ceiling for buildings for the commercial ground floor. Is that a minimum? I mean, if somebody wanted to make it a 16-foot or 18-foot ceiling, they can do that?
Correct, it would be a minimum.
But it's a minimum. Okay, so they can go taller if they want to. Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yeah. On the setbacks, how does that, how do the Caltrans right-of-ways along Morrow Road affect the effective setback?
Yeah, so the setback would be from the edge of the right-of-way line, which at this point for the built-out portion of Morrow Road is the back of sidewalk.
Okay. I see some dissent there from somebody who has property there. And is there any reason that we can't allow for restaurant drive-through in this area?
No reason.
Okay. And with regard to the 14 feet versus 12 feet, if we're focusing on medical uses and office type uses, is there a compelling justification for requiring a 14-foot minimum versus a 12-foot minimum?
I think most office uses can be accommodated in 12 feet. I think 14 feet gives us not only sort of a more architectural presence to look more commercial on the ground floor, and has a wider variety of uses like restaurants and kitchens and things that need a lot of duct work. But just for offices, they can be accommodated in 12 feet.
Okay.
And with regard to the 35 feet minimum depth that you were discussing as a potential option for commercial spaces, were you at the Chamber of Commerce event there in that Moresco or building or near there the other day? Because there was a small business with a young female entrepreneur that has cute um, uh, cute stuff to wear at your quinceañera and other things. And I was wondering about that depth of that business as an example, as an approximate depth, if that was. I'm guessing it wasn't 35 feet deep.
We can definitely measure and see what that is and tailor some standards to make sure that we have the right number.
Okay. Because that seemed to be a workable business and a cute small business that could operate in a space that wasn't as large as what we were envisioning as requiring as a minimum.
You know, having attended that mixer myself, yeah, that business was definitely probably, 15 to 20 feet, but the building itself was probably 35 because there was another unrelated, well, related by blood, but unrelated business on the other side of the wall. So the building itself may have been 35 feet.
And that would be allowed. So if you had 35 feet depth, it would allow for those bigger uses, but you could come in and divide them up if you had smaller tenants.
Got it. I don't want to too far into comment, but I would agree with the gist of Councilmember Funk's question that if we're specifically identifying this as an area for potential offices and medical offices, then I don't see the rationale for requiring 14 feet. If somebody envisions a restaurant, they can certainly do 14, or as Mayor Pro Tem Dara said, even taller, but we shouldn't require something that's a higher ground floor minimum than the very types of businesses we're asking to locate there. So if we're if we're trying to set the stage for this corridor to be, medical offices and other things like that, then we shouldn't require more than what's necessary to allow those particular kinds of businesses. Could you go back a few slides? I'll tell you when. Keep going there. Well, no, that was the, and it relates to this discussion about minimum 70% frontage, using up a minimum of 70% of the street frontage with buildings, allowing the other 30% to be potentially driveway ingress and egress. Why? And I think, are we really going for, we don't want a parking lot out front? You want presence, but I mean, if somebody wants to push the building back and have, let's say, like in this case, have the plaza out front or something like that, what's the rationale behind requiring 70% coverage on the front, other than not putting the parking out in front?
It is purely design. It is purely about creating a streetscape there that's conducive to a pedestrian environment, a residential environment, a mixed-use environment. It's also about looking at what we have on Highway 41 right now. It's a very wide width out there. The right-of-way is huge. You've got a huge parking and landscape setback already. You already have a street tree requirement. And so it's a community design issue. It's about having a space that feels comfortable, and all of those things help. It helps even reduce traffic speed. It helps with an efficient use of the land, and it helps it become more attractive. That's it. We don't have to do that, and these are suggestions, and our consultant has made some of these suggestions, and we thought they were wise given what's been done in other areas and how they've come out and how we visualize these projects.
Yeah.
But certainly there's flexibility that could be added, and that's completely up to us.
Yeah, in my own mind, think flexibility, other than I wouldn't want to see the parking out front, because then that, is more of it does the opposite of what you just described, to have the parking out front. But there might be other uses other than physical building that would still be inviting, what have you. In regards to parking, you brought up parking, and maybe our requirements for parking for medical offices are too high or something. There is public available free public parking along the roadway here, right? I mean, that Caltrans striped in what the public initially found a confusing way, but I think has gotten the hang of.
Yes,
So
there's on-street parking.
that would kind of indicate we could be more lenient with the parking requirements.
Yeah, we believe the addition of the sort of that much on-street parking and how Morrow Road operates, we haven't seen a huge parking concern.
Right.
Except at the little
Yeah, I
little
think we
yoga
could
studio.
consider, adjusting those parking requirements based on the availability of the public parking out front. Okay, can you back up another couple slides? I just want to see if there was something else. Can you
Go back.
Yeah. Okay, no, I think that's it. I think go ahead.
There we go. On the ceiling discussion that we were having, it sounds like my colleagues here are okay with lowering the ceiling. I want to recommend that we stay with the 14-foot framing of it anyway, because it can, if your business is such that you don't need a 14-foot tall ceiling, you can soffit it, you can do a suspended ceiling. There's all kinds of things you can do to bring it down to change the environment. I mean, sometimes, yeah, restaurants feel more comfortable with a much taller ceiling. So it just, I think it adds to flexibility. So you don't, 14 foot would be your limit if that's what it's built at. But you can bring it down to 10 feet and change the environment of it. So I would recommend that we do stay with the 14. I wouldn't even mind going taller, but if 14 is fine for something like this, but there's other construction options to make it so that way, even if somebody's using it with a 10-foot suspended ceiling and then they leave, somebody else can come back in and raise it, make it, bring it up as high as they want. Even exposed structure possibly with ductwork, that's an architectural thing. But anyhow, I think 14 foot is fine.
You might, I mean, you probably answer this question better than I, though, and that is, what additional cost are we imposing on somebody to make it 14 versus 12? I understand the flexibility, somebody could come back later.
Suspended T-bar ceilings are very common, and it's actually a good way to route your ductwork and any other
Right,
infrastructure that
I'm
you.
just looking at the addition, what is the additional cost to require that to go?
I think it's part of doing business.
Well, I mean, for me, I can accept that if it's not a great cost.
I don't think it's
But
a
if it's a
great
great cost, then I'm going, no, why are we imposing that?
No, I don't think it's a great cost at all.
Flexibility.
Yeah, I think it's just, it's a standard thing in commercial architecture.
Yeah, if it doesn't add a huge amount of cost and it's standard, I'm okay with keeping it at 14 feet. It's, again, I want to have a rationale if we're going to impose a cost on people in developing a property.
Exactly. And this is not final. So I would like staff, though, to ask that question. Ask some builders that question. So if you come back for this for final approval, we know, oh, that's a 3% additional cost, or that's a 25% additional cost.
Well, let me
two different answers.
Let me explain a little bit further. I mean, you're going to have this open shell where you can see the framework above you, and then you're going to have your ductwork and any whatever other infrastructure. You're going to cover it up one way or another. So chances are in a commercial building, it's going to be a suspended ceiling. You can do a suspended hard lid. It doesn't have to be the acoustic ceilings that you're used to seeing. But either way, there's going to be a suspended ceiling. You either hang it down 2 feet or 4 feet or whatever it is that you want. So I don't think it's not really increasing the cost.
Well, it's
part
the
of how you're going
cost of building a 14-foot first floor wall versus a
Oh, I
12-foot floor.
Yeah, it's 2 extra
No,
feet on the
I'm
basic
totally
floor.
open to what you're talking about. I just want to know what is the cost differential when you bring this back. We don't have to give a definitive answer this evening.
We heard you. Thank you.
Got it.
And we've already actually asked a lot of questions, the development community, about this ceiling height. And a lot of these mixed-use buildings are already doing that proactively. La Plaza, 16 foot, 6 inches ceiling height all the way across in all their tenant spaces to attract those commercial tenants. We didn't require it. They built it.
Yeah, I just like you to confirm that, or we hear it from them, and I'd say, fine. I just want to know, when we pose a cost, I want to know how realistic that is and what that cost is. Is it 2%? Is it 10%? Is it 25% additional cost? That's all I want to know. And like I said, we don't have to do that tonight. Would like you to be able to address that. Okay, I'm gonna open this up to public comment. And I understand council members Peak and Newsom are not going to comment on this item, but if they are, just now would be the time to come upstairs. Go ahead.
So as a property owner on Morrow Road, I'm already impacted by setbacks from Caltrans. I went out and measured today. Currently, because Caltrans gave me 2 more feet of a driveway when they redid Morrow Road, I now have 14 feet total from my setback to the Caltrans right of way. From the right of way to the bike path is another 14 feet. And then you can talk the road. So I have an issue there with the setback because different areas of Morrow Road have different open ditches that could not be filled in or what have you. Because it was cost prohibitive for any type of frontage improvement, or Caltrans would have done it in my area. I was fortunate enough to get another easement, so I could put a drive-through in if I wanted to. I think at the Kerberell area of Morrow Road, we should still be able to put a drive-through in. There's plenty of room there. I don't have residential there as of yet. I'm concerned about losing the right to serve alcohol till midnight by mixed use. I think it's great for the property value. I've looked into things. I basically have a half an acre. If I went HUD housing, I could actually do 48 units right now, I believe, with no parking. Not something I would consider necessarily, but it's always in the back of my mind. Don't know if I would tear the place down and start over or not, but I now have a very viable restaurant opening on April 1st in there. It's been operated as a restaurant for years. Before that, it was a fruit stand, or it was Supervisor Arnold's daycare center, and it was a house before that. And yes, I passed it since 1981, and it was built in 1947. So I think we do pretty good with mixed use there. My parking is on the right. I currently have 21 or 22 spots of parking, and it also has workforce housing in there. So requiring me to put my parking in the rear is not necessarily the best thing, depending on what type of food establishment you have. So those are my concerns there, and I hope that we look at it a little differently going down in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for staff on this area in general. You know, we have the very large right of way for Caltrans for 41. And if I understand things correctly, you know, their right of way extends obviously onto the sidewalk, up to and includes the sidewalk, the Caltrans right of way.
Yes.
And so are we then, you know, because you have essentially the sidewalk, you've got like the bike lane, and then you've got the parking, and then you have the actual traveled roadway in the middle. So when we talk about front setbacks in this area, what distance we were talking? And we were talking from the edge of the Caltrans right away?
You're talking about from the property line, which is the edge of the Caltrans right away.
Okay.
Yes.
So, got it. And so, and what's the front setback we're talking here? 10?
Minimum of 15. It's about street trees.
So can you go to the picture of the Noresco Plaza that you have there? Because didn't think they were at
Yeah,
15.
like, where's that?
We did measure at some point in time and it was larger than we thought it was. So I believe they were at between 15 and 20.
Yeah, because that's
We'd
surprising.
have to go
Visually-
remeasure, but
Visibly, I don't know. Yeah, it looks more like 10 to me, but maybe it's 15. Because I thought.
yeah, it was more than we thought.
And if you cruise through these pictures to some of the examples you have from, you know, that are just AI or if they're for other communities or something, you showed a couple of sample pictures there like that. You're saying that's like 15?
Yes.
Because I don't, I mean, it feels like 15 is a lot for the property owner to give up. You think it's pretty typical? I mean, it seems like are there a lot of
So I also want to clarify. So 15 is their sort of maximum setback. So they have to build up to 15 feet. They can build forward if if the street tree, we have a street tree standards and some of those have less setback. So they can build more forward depending on what street tree pattern
Yeah.
they choose. And then 15 feet is the farthest back we would
Oh,
want
okay.
them.
No, I thought we were talking 15 feet minimum setback. What's the minimum? Just enough to fit a street
The
tree?
minimum would be what our street trees required, and we have multiple options so that they can design their site accordingly.
Right, because you could have a cutout for the street tree here and there, but in between the building could be even closer.
Correct. If you do larger trees, they're spaced farther apart, your building could come forward.
Okay, so we're not talking 15 minimum or even 10 minimum. We're talking enough to allow trees.
Correct.
Okay, I'm comfortable with
So
that.
it could be, part of the building could be 0.
Could
and
be.
then you could have it could jet in and then you'd have a space for a big tree and so on. Okay.
Okay, I'm more comfortable with that. In regards to the parking, again, I think in general, we don't want a huge parking lot out in front. I don't mean to say there should be 0 parking on the front, but, we don't want the entire frontage to be a parking lot and then have the building set 40 feet back, is what I'm kind of
We can look at refining those standards with that intent.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Funk?
I would be with the mayor on the idea of allowing some parking up front, but not the entire frontage to be parking. Keep the front setbacks to a minimum to accommodate the street trees. If they want to maximum, I'm not too fussed about, but minimum is a concern. We want to give developers flexibility to use these sites in ways that work with the sites. And, they're all a little different. And I'm not sure why we would necessarily need to have 12-foot minimum setbacks on side-facing, um, on the second side of a corner lot. That's,
Was that then though, again, a minimum or a maximum setback or a minimum setback
that was a minimum.
on a corner on a side street?
And, since we've got things that are going to be,
So that is the double loaded. So that would be like where a site backs up onto Amapoa or Tacarita.
Well, yeah. Or curb
but
rail
yeah,
or-
but you're talking about double loaded secondary front. Oh, so that's the
Street in
that's
the
not the
back.
corner lot, that's the back side.
That's not the corner. So on a corner lot, it would still be sort of that front. That is sort of the primary. So if you had residential units towards the back and they happen to be on the corner, they would be set back 12 feet like all the other residential units. And then the commercial building on the corner would be the same as what you would do on the primary front.
Double
Okay.
loaded is if it goes back to another street, like
Yeah,
the property's
okay.
deep enough, it fronts Amapoa and it fronts
Sure,
Morrow Road, or like that one property that fronts Atascadero Avenue.
right. And I'm conscious also, I'm okay with that then. If that's what all the other the multifamily properties on there also have that same setback. That would seem consistent. I am concerned about the fact that we're creating the opportunity for a lot more development that is going to face onto and run on and off of Amapoa, which is not a city-maintained street. I don't want to block the development, but I do want us to consider if there's some way to build in some kind of requirement that you got to there needs to be some participation in the collective enterprise of maintaining the street for new developments that are part of this, so that we don't get something that's just unworkable.
Well, especially since Amapoa is effectively one lane where the big redwood tree sticks out in the middle.
Yeah,
Yes.
they would have to do frontage improvements, and I'm not sure Amapoa might be less than 40 feet, or it might be 40 feet and it's just not built out. So there is opportunity to improve the street. I think there's some potential legal challenges with requiring that a district be created and not everybody's participating. I don't know how that would work. We'd have to work through that. I will also say that mixed use is allowed in these zoning districts today. And so we're not really increasing development potential of these properties. We're just sort of creating development standards about where each use can be.
Okay. I would like staff to explore that because we are incentivizing and create by making it easier to do these kinds of developments and build out. We're creating a situation where you're going to have employees that want to park on Emapo. You're going to have residents who are coming going on that street. And we've got to deal with the reality that it's not a city maintained street. And what makes that just totally unworkable for people is you can't, it's really hard to get the neighbors together to pitch in to do the street like they did on Tecorita and some other places because the ownership is too dispersed, or you have non-resident ownership of these kinds of properties. So I want to make sure that, as you have this kind of new development that we're incentivizing, that we be attentive to the ways in which we can create a workable situation to maintain the street.
Okay, I think, is staff good with where we're at on guidance wise for you to move forward and come back in April or wherever? Okay, I'm sorry, you're right. We need to go back to
Yes,
these.
I think we've answered a lot of these.
Yeah, we
If
did.
anything jumps out at you that you want to address on any of the questions, but I think we've talked around and through a lot of them already.
I think we did address everything except maybe the first one, actually.
Yeah, the first one I wanted to ask on some ground floor residential, okay, is that on the street side or does it have to be behind?
So this zoning district, it would be behind. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do. The thought would be it would be behind. There would not necessarily be like a 50-50 because that gets confusing as to which part of the parking lot is commercial, residential. It would more be those minimum depth standards and sort of minimum frontage standards for commercial buildings. And then the rest of the site could have a ground floor residential component.
Okay,
So
so is it
that's the-
specific in the MU3 that the residential unit would not be on the street, would not be on the front side?
Yeah, those are the proposed standards.
Okay.
Would have residential on the primary street frontage.
Okay, that's, I want
The 36 units per acre sounds like a lot. Where did we
Sounds
come
like a
with
lot.
that?
That's what we approved with the place type. We'll also say that density somewhat gets towards a density that's not very achievable. And so it sort of allows developers to come in and fit what they can on the site.
So you say it's not achievable because of physical limitations, typically speaking?
Physical limitations, parking, setbacks.
Gotcha.
Constructability, number of stories.
Got it. Because, yeah, we would have requirements, like if it backs up to the residential, it'd be a setback on the second floor or the third floor or whatever. So yeah, it just becomes physical. It's a maximum allowable, not necessarily technically feasible.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
There was consideration at some point of requiring properties to develop out to their full potential so that you didn't have single-family places being developed in multifamily zoning, that kind of thing. Do we get into trouble by allowing 36 units in density if that's really not going to be achievable on some of these lots?
No, it provides us an avenue for our EIR to be solid with our general plan and zoning code update. The state did require minimum density on a lot of our properties for a while. If they have that requirement again with our next housing element, it will not be to build at the minimum that we set. It would probably be to build a minimum of 20 units per acre, which is what this is zoned for already.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, are we good? Okay.
I'm good.
I think we're good. Okay, then we are good. We are going to move on. Council members Peak and Newsom, we're going to move on to the next item. We'll take a very, very short break here, about 3 minutes, to allow them to return We will reconvene at 10:05. Ten oh five, we're back in session. We're ready for our last agenda item of the night, I believe. Management report regarding H2 regarding multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. Believe we're going to turn this discussion over to Battalion Chief Dave Von Song.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. I know it's late, so I'm gonna try to get through this as quick as I can, as much information as you have. So what we're talking about up there, if we could slide, is the adoption of the multi-jurisdictional hazardous mitigation plan and the community wildfire protection plan. And actually, this is just an update to the that we already have in existence. So a quick background here, the Hazardous Mitigation Act of 2000 is a requirement, and it ensures counties and cities update their hazardous mitigation plans every 5 years to stay eligible for FEMA funding and disaster mitigation funding. This is an update to an already approved multi-jurisdictional hazardous mitigation plan that the council adopted in 2021. It was developed through a coordinated effort that used current hazard information and engaged agencies and the community. This update went through a 2-year process of meetings and public workshops and has received state and federal
approval pending this final council action. Atascadero was heavily involved in the regional meeting and completed several local spreadsheets to accurately update Atascadero's hazards and mitigation efforts. We did this through our disaster planning committees for several months. The HMP is very similar to the fire severity zones. The multi-jurisdictional one is very similar to the fire hazard severity zones. It has already been approved by the county and OES. And for Atascadero to adopt it will allow FEMA to issue a final approval letter for the plan. And then also included in this update is the Atascadero Annex. It's the local hazard mitigation plan that was worked on internally with the building department, planning department, police, and public works department. And we spent several months working on that and with the county. So what is the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan? It's basically the plan identifies the risk present in the community and outlines a corresponding mitigation strategy for each risk. It does not address the tactical steps required to carry out those strategies. And for an example here, so heat is an identified risk and cooling shelters are the mitigation strategy. That's what the plan outlines, but that's where the plan stops. The actual deployment of the cooling shelter is the tactical action, and that occurs during an incident, not in the plan. So the tactical process of implementing the mitigation plan is done actually in the field. It's not part of the plan, the tactical part of it. So the plan identifies community vulnerabilities to local hazards, explains which people, places, and systems are most at risk from events like earthquakes, floods, fires, and other hazards. It recommends practical, cost-effective mitigation actions and outlines feasible projects and strategies that reduce risk without requiring excessive costs or resources. Aims to protect people, property, and infrastructure long-term. It focuses on solutions that provide lasting safety benefits and strengthen in community over time. And then it helps FEMA recovery by pre-positioning the county for funding reimbursement and implementation of approved mitigation projects. So it makes FEMA's post-disaster funding easier to access and accelerates recovery because eligible projects are already identified and approved. So the main purpose of these plans are to get reimbursed FEMA money after post-disaster. So then here are some few significant changes to the multi-jurisdictional hazard plan. The update to meet new FEMA and California requirements with a broader outreach. So it reflects at least the latest federal and state hazard mitigation mandates and includes expanded bilingual community engagement. And then expand hazard profiles with improved maps and parcel level analysis. So it adds more detailed hazard categories, updated fire and flood maps, and finer scale vulnerability assessments. It modernized capability assessments and increased mitigation actions. So updated local plans, policies, and resources while expanding the mitigation action list to address current resilience priorities. And then refresh development and exposure data for key hazards. So this incorporates new buildings, populations, wildfire, flood risk data to improve understanding of community vulnerability. So then we move on to the annex, which is a lot smaller document. I think the county jurisdiction plan is 500 plus pages. Ours is quite shorter than that. So here are some significant changes to our specific annex. Expanded hazard analysis provides more precise risk understanding by incorporating new data on extreme heat,
adverse weather, and parcel level GIS vulnerability, improving how hazards are mapped and modeled. Updated exposure matrix, refreshes structure values, critical facility counts, and wildfire and flood exposure estimates, including dam inundation zones to reflect current conditions and better quantify potential loss. We brought in mitigation actions and capabilities, builds on past efforts with new initiatives like heat preparedness, urban forest management, and fire-wise participation, while strengthening regulatory and risk assessment tools. And finally, it strengthened implementation and alignment, ensures clear execution through post-disaster updates, improved funding pathways, and full consistency with current FEMA guidance and state safety requirements. So now we're moving on to the second portion of this, which is our community wildfire protection plan. Along with the process of approving the updates to the multi-jurisdictional plan and the annex, we're looking at the approval of the updates of our local CWPP. Again, this is a 5-year update. It's generally the Community Wildfire Protection Plan in California is generally expected to be updated every 5 years to reflect changing wildfire risks, new developments, updated science and modeling, specifically like our fire hazard severity zones, and completed projects, and to maintain eligibility for state and federal grants. It's similar to the hazard mitigation plan updates. So basically this document also is needed for us to apply for state funding for fuel mitigation or defensible space, any kind of stuff like that. We're required to have CWPP to apply for those grants. The purpose of this provides a community-driven plan to identify wildfire risks, prioritize fuel reduction and mitigation projects, and guide actions and strengthen wildfire resilience by helping communities qualify for certain state, and federal wildfire mitigation funding. Again, this also just identifies the risk and the mitigation practices, but does not identify the tactics to help achieve that mitigation tactic. And then updated data and hazard mapping incorporates refreshed demographic housing data and adopts CAL FIRE's updated hazard severity zones, and it replaces the city's 2021 WUI map and aligning with Atascadero with the statewide hazard mapping. There's also some regulatory modernization. We changed the references to the 2025 California Building Code, fire and WUI codes to ensure alignment with the newest statewide construction and fire safety requirements. We expanded operational strategies, significantly strengthens fuel management, evacuation planning, interagency response coordination, including enhanced roadside clearances, broader treatment strategies, improved alertings, and formalizing a dedicated fuels crew for the future. And then we enhance community programs and ignition resistance, add structured home hardening assessments that we currently provide, stronger defensible space enforcement, expanding FireWise and contractor education efforts, and introduces a residential consultation program to provide tailored homeowner guidance on defensible space. So that brings us to our recommendation is to approve the 2025-2030 updates to the San Luis Obispo County Multi-Jurisdiction Hazardous Mitigation Plan. That is a mouthful. Accompanying Atascadero's Annex B, and the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And now I'm open to any discussion or questions.
Okay, thank you. I will start on my left to see if there's any questions. Councilmember Peak? No. Mayor Pro Tem Dares?
Just one question on the fiscal impact of 250,000 roughly. What is it that imposes that cost?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
The
you.
250,000, it's the fiscal impact is
Oh.
250, and it's 75% I know is covered by federal grants. But I don't understand, how is,
So, the county hired a consulting group to do this. And that's what, and it was a 2-year process. We had public meetings, public outreach. So that was the total cost of it.
okay.
And then, back in 2023, I believe, all the annexed cities came incorporated with the city and they split that cost by that percentage that was in there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all
You
I
bet.
needed. Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Funk.
And wake up. Okay. Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Van Zoon for the extensive discussion in advance. These are dry documents, but they're also really important that we're regularly evaluating and taking seriously the threats to our community and how we plan to address them. So just a couple of things I want to follow up on with that. One of them is on page 191, if anybody wants to look it up, there's a mention of wildfire evacuation routes being considered for road improvements. Do we know if that, and this might be Mr. DeBar as well, do we know if that includes the exit to Highway 41 that a lot of residents have asked for? There's an area that has no second exit that could, if it could, has a surface crossing over the creek into 41. If that's sort of on the
Yeah,
list of
I would
things being
defer
looked
that
at.
to Public Works Director Bar.
I'm happy to report that they do have a second access out, and it's through when the Three Bridges Oak Preserve trailhead was built in that parking lot. There's actually city right away that goes out, and they actually can get through that fire lane that's usually gated, so they can get out that way during an emergency. And one of the long-term projects that Phil really wants to, because I know he uses that area a lot, is with Carmelita extending that section of Carmelita up to that
Yes.
that area there. So
And if residents were really keen on having that kind of an improvement that wasn't necessarily in the community's plan, could they, form a community facilities district or do something like that to achieve those kind of improvements?
I guess, I mean, they could come together much like Amapoa, as we
Yeah.
were mentioning the other day. And, I know there's we used to have a local road repair program that I think it was Santa Lucia Bank, back in the day used to, work with us on. And I know staff has been speaking with Riviera Bank about it, and they've shown some interest in getting that going. So I know there was just a email earlier this week that I think Lorelei tickled, Director Rangel and I with. So we're looking at that as well.
Okay, great. Are there any city facilities that haven't been earthquake ready? Any critical city facilities that have not been earthquake ready retrofit?
The best to my knowledge, I think we are 100%. I know there was one building that was still needing some retrofitting, but I do believe that one's been accomplished. So I believe they've all been retrofitted to the earthquake standards.
Great. When does this is, you made it clear, this is the planning phase for assessing and planning for preventing damage or mitigating risk. When do we have a discussion of the evacuation and immediate response to disaster? That, we should also be updating those plans on a regular basis. Is that going to come to council anytime soon?
So evacuation is actually, that would be in our world considered a tactic, right? So it's depending on the situation. So we do have a developed plan. It's not a plan per se, but we've split the city into 4 different quadrants. And then if the fire is burning in one specific quadrant, we have a plan already written out that we could hand to Public Works, hand to PD, and say, these are the roads that we need to close. This is how many barricades we need. That's already all established, but having specific evacuation routes, we can't pre-plan that because you have to base those routes on what the activity is doing. So it's more of a tactic. We have the plan established on kind of like a mitigation of what we will do for an evacuation. But the tactic of actually doing the evacuation is going to be specifically at the incident or the EOC. And we have resources already developed and how that plan's going to work out. We already have that all worked out.
Okay. Regarding the roadside vegetation clearance, one of the challenges that the fire department has is being able to, it's hard to inspect all of those roads. Have we considered, or could we consider doing some kind of cooperative relationship with Waste Management since they're driving vehicles slightly larger than the ladder truck through on all of our evacuation routes on a regular basis?
We could definitely touch base with them and see what roads that they have access. Obviously, if they're having access problems, then we won't be taking the ladder trucks in those areas, but our other engines might have access problems as well.
And they actually, in their current agreement with us, for their exclusive garbage collection, they are mandated to do a certain amount of tree trimming work each year, and it's in the value of about $20,000 a year. And they have been doing that. Doesn't get very far because we have a lot of encroaching vegetation in the right of way.
Okay. One of the things that's in the plan is improving the evacuation alert system as sort of the 5-year objective. And we saw on the Llano fire that the current system, to my mind, left a lot of people wondering what was going on because the county site, official site, was way behind the action.
Right, and that's going to be ongoing. That's currently in the plan, so it's ongoing review of how the system works, and that's a perfect example of the Llano fire that the system didn't work as it should have with communication efforts and dispatch telling one way, and we had 3 different communication routes going different directions. So that's why it's in the plan, so we could still review that process and streamline it. But the county does run our evacuation now. They went to their own program through that, through their, there's so many different websites that you have to go to. I can't specifically remember the exact one they have.
Yeah.
But, and that's got to be on us too as an education purpose. We did send out a flyer last fire season that has all that information for the public. So more public education on how to reinforce the evacuation process and go through sign up through the Ready Slow website. That's where you're getting all the information. So we'll have to do a better job on communicating that out to the public.
Yeah, and would we be allowed to tell people that the Watch Duty app has a lot faster information than anything else?
Yeah, and actually it's a pretty good app, and that is true that they'll get information out before that we even call it on the radio. It's amazing how they do that, but we can do a recommendation of people utilizing that Watch Duty app.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we have any public comment. Let's see what public comment first. Any public comment? Okay, no public comment. Bring it back to council. Since we're actually asked to adopt the draft resolution improving both the countywide and the Atascadero Annex. I had a couple of minor typos I think I could get together with you afterwards. It would not materially change anything. So with that, I think we're ready for a motion.
Move approval of the multi-jurisdictional plan and the Atascadero Annex
and related documents with permission to staff to correct typographical and minor errors.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Funk, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Dares. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Funk,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dares,
Yes.
Mayor Raveau.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. That is our last agenda item. We'll move on to council announcements and committee reports. I'll start on my right with Councilmember Newsom.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Homeless Services Oversight Council had a multi-hour annual meeting at last week and did some larger planning and prioritization for the upcoming rounds of state funding, and continues, we continue to weigh how to make the best use of a rapidly shrinking pool of dollars, but are also recognizing the results that show that the continued attention to implementing the 2022 countywide plan is paying off in terms of reductions in observed homelessness in our communities. And the Atascadero Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency is going to be meeting shortly to go over the annual water report, which in this jurisdiction is generally good news.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dares.
I don't have anything to report.
Okay. Councilmember Peak.
We have Finance Committee joint with C-Stock tomorrow morning and look forward to that.
Okay, thank you. County mayors met last Friday at the new Pismo Beach Public Safety Centers. That was interesting because they are using the same they used the same contractor we will be using. So it was interesting to see the completed product there. They did a lot, of course, cost a lot more than ours too. So, and I attended since the last meeting, IWMA, Integrated Waste Management Authority meeting. We're working on relocating the Morro Bay household hazardous waste facility and completing one in San Miguel. And also had a Central Coast Community Energy meeting, and Atascadero in particular suffered from the CPUC's decision to really jack up with a charge that's called the PCIA. And so the board created a new rate for folks that are willing to forego their eligibility for certain programs, rebate programs for battery walls and things like that. And they can sign up for a lower rate that could be of interest to residents in Atascadero. So it was good that the board allowed that flexibility. And that's all I have. Does any member of council have any individual determination? Seeing none, other than a determination to get out of here. Okay, it's a good thing we can avoid the motion to go past 11. Then we're adjourned. Thank you all.